And we are live. Hello, viewers, I don't know if anybody's watching. If again, once again, and as always, anytime I catch the stream, if we're at all lucky, there's nobody watching, and that means we finally all escaped. If I am somehow, wait, can I hear myself? No. Okay, that's just the music. The lo-fi had voices, and it sounded like muffled, distant radio, but it also vaguely sounded like my own voice. And I was like, either I am... Wait. Are there ads happening? Yes, we're taking a quick ad break. Jesus Christ, there are ads happening. I'm gonna wait the ads out, I guess. I'm gonna wait the ads out. Let me check something real quick. Let's check the other cameras while we wait for the ads to finish. Okay, that's working. Oh wait, that's not working. Why is that not working? Oh, because it would be no. Here we go. There we go. Okay, that's working. Was there anything I needed to show on my browser while we finish out those ads? I guess I can check my listings. Nah, still no players. Still no players. Not unexpected, but it is what it is. All right, let's go back here because I think ads are done in about 20 more seconds. So you all might as well get my beautiful, beautiful face on your screens as we wait for the mini adpocalypse to finish up. Come on, you can do this. I believe in you, ads. I don't believe in you. I wish I didn't have to believe in you. In fact, not a fan. Are we okay? Okay, hopefully the ads are done, and hopefully I'm still speaking to an empty void. Empty void, you're the only one that understands me. Thank you for being there and always being willing to listen. Oh, empty void. Anyway, how is everybody doing? I, myself, am doing fine for multiple reasons. Remember, yesterday, the first 2 hours of the stream were a really just sort of a vibe. It was just a matter of letting myself rant a little bit. We did have a thrilling reenaction of the combat that my Planescape players on my paid game went through, and I think that was a good time. But today I've mostly got all of that out of my system. I'm ready to just hop in directly into talking about Invisble Sun, because if I don't, dear viewer, if I don't do this, if I don't refocus and keep doing the stream until either I suddenly explode in popularity, I guess, or all my games fill up, or I get another job, if I don't do this, I will instead end up just playing more Avowed. Remember yesterday how I said, oh, Avowed is, it's pretty good, I'm enjoying it, hasn't blown me out of the water, but it's okay, right? Yeah, no, it continues to be that. But it also continues to, as I said yesterday, it scratches a Skyrim itch that I didn't know needed scratching. All right, it's not that I wanted to play more Skyrim. I'm done playing Skyrim. We don't need more Skyrim specifically, but there is a certain Skyrimosity to Avowed, the combination of that sort of first-person view, the smacking at things with the sword, and it feels very Skyrim-y in game. Just walking around the countryside, going like, that looks like the entrance to some weird dungeon on the side of this hill. I have no business going in there. Shink! I'm going in there. And it's an updated Skyrim. It's a modern game. It's got prettier graphics. It still runs very well. Like, my machine is not it's a couple generations behind. I don't have a 50-something card. I have a 3070 and a Ryzen 5. It's a couple of generations behind at this point. But thankfully, I only use it for 1080p gaming. I look, these eyes really, I can't. I don't think there's any need for me to go to 4K gaming on a regular, like, sized screen. If I was gaming on like a big screen TV, like the one in my living room, then yeah, that scale, you want your 4K. But I've got an ultra wide, and it's, you know, it's 1080 by 2160, I guess is the thing for the ultra wide. And really, I don't need more than that. I can look at, I've seen 4K footage, I've seen 4K monitors in the store, so it's like, okay, I can see a mild improvement, but you know, like, I don't feel the need to upgrade until this computer just wears out, I think, or until games start coming out that simply can't run decently at 1080p anymore with my hardware, which I don't see coming anytime soon, especially since really all the graphics hardware juice is being poured, you know, into like AI focused stuff anyway. You were gaming at 2K for the longest time. Yeah, I mean, it's 2K is fine, but like like I said, I've got a widescreen. Hey, and by the way, welcome in, Arbalest. It's good to see you, friend. How are you doing? I mean, yeah, exactly. It's a mild improvement. It's nice. Look, if you can afford it, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not gonna yuck your yum, right? But exactly, I enjoy it, but I wouldn't spend the money to get there. Exactly. If somebody wants to give me, you know, a fucking top of the line card, you know, like 5090, and like just upgrade everything, and get me like a you know, a super deluxe, one of those Samsung ones that curves and is ultra wide and ultra 4K, etc. Like, sure, I won't turn it away, but it's not worth the money to me. It's not worth the money to me. Like, and so Avowed it runs very well. I'm actually really surprised, considering it's a brand new game, and it runs on my card, at least. It feels solid. Feels like a solid, rock solid 60 frames per second, and it's good. It's a good game. I would be playing it right now had I not the dedication to this bullshit that I'm doing now instead. I think that's good, because otherwise I really would just spend my time playing the game. And I think what's making me enjoy it so much is, remember how I spent the better part of an hour? I missed which game? Avowed. I'm actually really enjoying it. But I think it is being colored by the fact that before playing Avowed, I had been playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I think that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was created specifically to piss me off. It's made to like made me care, because it's like, oh, it's Final Fantasy and it's telling a story, and I'm interested in the fucking story. That's what I hate about it. I'm actually interested in the goddamn story of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, because I want to see what it's doing. The fact that it's got like this ultra reality, you know, coffee shop AU vibe, the mini games, there's so many of them that it shoves in your face and you can't avoid, and they're so annoying. And Yuffie, I hate you. Anyway, point is, my gaming, that, and then the other one was Spider-Man 2, which is an awesome game. Spider-Man 2, Miles Morales, switching back and forth between them, absolutely awesome game. Don't know what it is about it that after an hour or two of playing just leaves me with a blinding goddamn headache, which is a shame. If there's a mode in Spider-Man 2 which is just swinging through the city, like, don't give me, because if you give me the crime alerts and the shit, I'm going to get distracted. The ADHD is going to go like, ooh, shiny, and I'm going to swing down and start punching on some people. And as soon as, you know, like, there's something about the way the visuals happen that it gives me a headache after a while. But the just swinging through the city calmly, like that alone, like, give me that mode in the game, and that's just, you know, good time. But anyway, so between those two games, between Final Fantasy VII Rebirth just absolutely making me incandescent with rage, and Spider-Man 2 giving me, physically hurting me, just physically causing me pain. By the way, say hello to the kitty. Yes, the kitty is here. But then I started playing Avowed. Just like, all right, fine. I managed to get my hands on a copy of Avowed. Don't ask any questions. And And I started playing it, and two things happened. One, it feels like a fantasy game. Sure, there's a little bit of, you know, the Joss Whedonification of fantasy dialogue, which I also blame a little on Critical Role, but it's not the worst. I don't hate it. It's just like everything kind of has that like semi-modern snark, but for the most part, this game makes it work. There are some kind of cringy moments, but for the most part, the game makes it work. And the other thing is, it doesn't give me a headache. It doesn't give me a headache. I don't know why Spider-Man 2 gives me a headache, and so does I mean, I know why Final Fantasy VII Rebirth gives me a headache. It's a stress headache. It's a hate headache. Hate ache. Anyway, but Avowed I can play for 3-4 hours and like I'm fresh and good and ready for 3-4 more. In fact, again, were I not self-condemned to going through Invisible Sun, which we're about to do, I promise. I would continue playing. Maybe I'd stream it here. I'd be like, I'm streaming this now, because it's a good time. It really feels like an antidote to a few other things that I've been trying to play lately. So good job to the Avowed team. Is this Obsidian? Yes, Obsidian, right? Yeah, Obsidian did this. Also, I'm happy that it's in the world of Pillars of Eternity. I really like the Pillars of Eternity games. I think they've got a really interesting mythology and stuff, and so it was nice to kind of go back into that world and keep hearing about the events post those games and all that stuff. So that's also kind of nice, but it's also self-contained. Like if you've never played the Pillars of Eternity games, it's fine. It's fine. The game forgives you. Like there are, I was gonna say concept, but no, there are multiple. Again, the events of the games happened, but they are treated as like history events. It happened. You know, they get mentioned relatively often, but you don't miss that much if you haven't played them, I don't think. Let me catch up here. The Spider-Man games are some of the few games that 100% and actually feel sad when I've done everything. They're so pretty and fun. Like, they are. I really like them. And it annoys me that for some reason I get a headache, and I don't know what it is. And it runs really well. Like, it's also one of those really well optimized games. Like, runs perfectly, so it's not like there's a lot of frame rate stuttering or anything. It runs silky smooth. Something about that game leaves me something about that game gives me a headache that Avowed just simply does not. And I don't know if it's, I think it might be the first person perspective. I think it might be the first person perspective, because I think, how can I put this? Both Final Fantasy VII and Marvel Spider-Man are third-person perspective games. And in third person, I'm looking at my character, and I'm like, my eyes have to do more work. Because I'm looking at the character, I have to physically, besides keeping the camera view, right? I'm also having to look individually through the battlefield. And the camera view is not focused on like where am I looking. It's centered around my character. So I think I literally, like, this is, I'm trying to figure this out as I go. Like, what is it about these games that gives me a headache? And I think it's that my eyes are just doing a lot more work, a lot more darting around, keeping track of everything that's on the screen, versus with a first-person perspective game, my eyes are like, sure, they'll move side to side, up and down a little, but for the most part, I'm just kind of looking straight forward because I'm using the mouse, right? I'm navigating with the mouse and keyboard. So if I want to look to the right and see what's over there, I don't necessarily have to like turn my eyes. I turn the mouse and my sight remains straight, but it has just now been moved that way. So it's like I'm moving my whole body instead of my eyes, right? So I think that's what it is. Because otherwise, I don't know what, because it is a physical thing. Like, literally, if I play 2 hours of, like, if I play over 2 hours of Spider-Man, I can guarantee you I am coming out of there with a headache. I can play 3-4 hours more. I haven't had a longer session of Avowed yet, but I've finished a 3 to 4 hour session of Avowed, and fresh as a newborn baby child. So it's got to be something in that difference between the third person point of view, especially for like action games, like where it's important you have to be on top. It's action combat. And so Final Fantasy kind of has that as well, even though the combat in Final Fantasy is just a complete, the whole active time battle thing, I'm not sold on that. At least, you know, Spider-Man is like real time punch the dudes. Which is a shame because I love it. It's such a fun game to play. It's just, I have to play it in very short bursts because it physically hurts me to play that game. And it sucks. Anyway. I'm here. I'm actually here to talk about tabletop RPGs, not computer RPGs. So why don't I go and do that instead? Let's go ahead and move over to the overhead. Is that working? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And that's me over there. That's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight. Whoa, what the hell's going on with these cables? Okay, there we go. There we go. I think we've got it. By Jove, I think he's got it. Now, where did I leave off yesterday? Ah, yes. We're basically done with this book. I'm surprised. We're basically done. We're making this very quick. We actually kind of went through the arcs yesterday at the end of the stream very quickly. I thought that was going to take more time, but now we looked at the samples of a few arcs. That's solid. And the idea behind them, so we can kind of move on from that easy enough. I mean, this is more the sort of stuff that if you were actually playing the game, if by this point you probably know if this is the kind of game you would want to play or not. I'm guessing after this is day number 5 and we still haven't gotten past the first book. I am, you know, how that whole like department of fucking efficiency. I'm the most inefficient apparently, just games dude. On the internet. Put that on the tagline for my streams. The most inefficient way to learn about a tabletop RPG. Come hang out on Dan's stream. He will take the better part of a week and a half to go through a single book of a game that has at least 4 core books. And he keeps promising he's going to go through all of them. When I threatened that February would be Invisble Sun month, I didn't realize the threat was against myself. All right, so arcs, cool. Now, money and goods, yeah, we're going to finish this book very quickly. We're going to kind of skip over money and goods for the most part, but there is money, there are goods, there are different types of currencies. There are orbs, there are glass orbs, crystal orbs, and gem orbs, and then true orbs, and all of them basically represent memories and emotions and stuff. And there is, you know, one of the fun things about glass orbs is that they are produced in the ash gardens by child laborers who spend their long days conceiving basic ideas and thoughts. So because they are made out of thoughts. You know how in Wraith the Suckening, everything, the coins are made. It's all made out of people because that's what you've got to work with, just the raw plasm of souls. And so sometimes your coins will scream and cry because they're people. Or they were people. They've been hammered in the shape of a coin. Well, this isn't quite that horrible, right? It's just ideas and thoughts and stuff that people have, and they get put in an orb. And depending on the more intense or the more unique or the more big or the more complex or secret the idea, the higher the value of the orb that it is encased in. And this is what they use as money. You know, it's just a fun little detail that the lowest denomination of money is produced by child laborers. It's just built into the setting there. Just, you heard it here first. Monty Cook and Shannon Germain are pro-child. No, they're not. I'm not saying that. Not saying that. Do not clip. Do not report to Monty. Monty, I love you. Monty, I hate you. Monty, why have I given you so much money throughout my life? Anyway, besides the child labor-produced thought orb coins, there's also mage coins, which are just large gold coins covered in mystic symbols. Come in 2 varieties called Vim and Lumens. Coins are of particular value to Visle. They're called mage coins most of the time, but mana coin is the more formal terms. Each of these coins contains a tiny modicum of power that Visle can draw into themselves. This power comes in the form of restoring a given pool. Vim can restore any of the 4 Certes pools. Lumina can restore any of the 4 Qualia pools. pop up pools. There's no easy exchange rate between orbs and mage coins, etc., etc. So basically, you've got orbs made out of thoughts that are basic money for everyone, and then you've got mage coins made out of essence, effectively, either physical essence or mental essence, that are really only valuable for Visle. And then you've got blood silver, which are silver coins that carry a curse. Gotta love that. Each is worth about 1 crystal orb, which is a lot. It's a decent amount. It's equivalent. Actually, no, it's a lot less than I thought. Wait, let's go back here. I was going to skip over a lot of this money stuff, but the more I look at it, the more I go like, this is kind of ridiculous. All right, so glass orbs, more often than not, just called an orb. Someone says the price of a sandwich is 21 orbs, they mean glass orbs. In Shadow, this might be worth about a dime in the United States in the early 21st century. Each glass orb represents a very common thought or idea, like the taste of cheddar cheese, or that you should wear a jacket when it's chilly. Once again, quick reminder, the glass orbs are produced in the Ash Garden by child laborers who spend their long days conceiving basic ideas and thoughts. This is a slow process, so it's difficult to make much of a profit on the orbs except through massive quantities. The Deathless Triumvirate, the people who kind of run Saturn, attempts to regulate the production of orbs, nevertheless, to ensure that the currency maintains its value. So they last for about 50 years, and they're worth a dime. So a glass orb is a dime. That's what the child labor produces. And you got the crystal orbs. Crystal orb is worth 100 glass orbs, so it's about $10, 10 American dollars, or 3/4 of a carton of eggs, I think, these days. Each represents a relatively common or mundane idea, like a recipe for lentil soup or directions to get up Ferrock Mountain. Crystal orbs do not discorporate, but they are as fragile as they sound. And then gem orbs. These are rare. Most transactions involving such large amounts of value are handled by bank check. A gem orb is worth 100 crystal orbs, so about $1,000 American dollars. Hey, Phoenix, welcome in, friend. How are you doing? We're looking at money. We're looking at the money here. I was going to skip about it, but then we discovered that the most common denomination, the lowest denomination, worth about 10 cents, comparatively, glass orbs, are produced in the Ash Gardens by child laborers who spend their long days conceiving basic ideas and thoughts. Just a big... I'd forgotten about that little detail of the economy, that the dime coins are produced by child laborers. Good times. Good times. Anyway, gem orbs are permanent and nigh indestructible. And then you've got true orbs. Last but not least, there are true orbs, which are the essence of the original concept of orbs from days of old. In other words, these orbs are solidified ideas, thoughts, and secrets. True orbs have the same value as gem orbs and look similar, but even a casual glance confirms that they are different. To most people, the distinction is all but meaningless. However, as with mage coins, a Visle or other skilled individual can use the currency for something entirely different than buying goods or services. Visle can draw the idea or sensation out of a true orb to put into their own mind. This adds 1 to the character's hidden knowledge score. The concept is usually fleeting and ephemeral. It also utterly consumes the true orb. So let's go back. So we've got the main currency of the city, which is orbs, which are solidified, crystallized ideas produced at their core level by child labor. And then more common ideas, crystal orbs, and then more rare ideas, gem orbs, blah, 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 blah. But then you've got the true orbs, which are worth the same thing as the gem orbs, but your characters, Visle, can also use them, suck them dry effectively, spend the equivalent of $1,000 to get a point in hidden knowledge, which you can then later spend for bonuses. Then you got the mage coins, and mage coins are literally just, they look like what they're named after, the coins with magic, and that's what they. Then you as a Visle can absorb them and can absorb. Besides using them just as money, you can absorb them to restore some of your pools. And it says here that this is why magical things, spells, objects of power, potions, and usually magical services are paid for with mage coins or sometimes barter, but never with orbs or other non-magical currencies. Interesting. And then there's people willing... Thus, people are rarely willing to trade mage coins for orbs. This means that there's no standard exchange rate. So it's like, yeah, like mage coins are specifically like, you know, when it's possible for someone, then a rate of 1 mage coin for 1 or 2 gem orbs. So again, we're talking like expensive. But interesting. Like, again, there's this multiple, and then we get to the blood silver. And blood silvers are worth about 1 crystal orb, so about $10 each blood silver. But most people won't accept them. Using blood silver as currency is an act of bravado. You'll find people interested in looking powerful or fearless, hoarding the coins. It's said that sometimes assassins are paid only in blood silver. Someone too timid to take these coins, it's thought, has no place killing people for a living. Possessing 1 blood silver coin is rarely a problem. More than that, though, and the GM can begin to ask for occasional withstand or resist actions to hold off the effects of the curse. The GM probably should ask no more than once a week, but no less than once a month. The level of the challenge is based on the number of coins possessed, blah, blah, blah. And you got a little table. The exact nature of the curse varies, but it's probably similar to some other magical flux. Magical flux, we'll read about it in The Way, another of the books. As with most curses, once the disaster is afflicted, lasts until lifted. So just cursed blood silver for just why not? Why not? There we go. And then you gotta find a way to kind of trade it off for money that doesn't actively curse you. Hi, kitty. Hi. That's my cat. That's my cat. Hey, kitty, kitty. Hey, kitty, kitty, kitty. Look at you. How round you are. So round. You are so round. Hey, hi, sweetheart. Hi, yes. The cat says hello. Last Spider-Man game you played was on the PS2. Oh dear. I mean, look, the newer Spider-Man, they're good games. They are legitimately like they are. I played the previous Spider-Man, and then the more recent. I think there was a standalone Miles Morales one that I never got around to, unfortunately. And then there's the more recent, like Spider-Man 2, which is both Peter Parker and Miles Morales in the same game, and you slip between them. It has an interesting take on Venom, I will say. But Venom, it's a good game. But it also kind of falls... It's not as bad as Final Fantasy. Oh my god, she just wants so much attention today. Also, you have dandruff, sweetheart. You have dandruff. We gotta do something about that. Anyway, sweet. No, don't sit on the book, sweet. Come on. Thank you. Isn't Venom not hurt by fire in that one? Yeah. In this game, Venom. I mean, he still has the sound weakness, right? That's the classic one for Venom. But also for some reason he's immune to fire. Sure, fine, whatever. Like they take some liberties with some of the lore, which is whatever, That's the thing. The original Venom super, like especially when you're introducing the original Venom super suit, the fact that the original symbiote suit was part of like Secret Wars, and Secret Wars was just such a weird event, and any adaptations of Secret Wars are awkward at best in other media. So Venom, the symbiotes keep getting like rebooted over and over and over because of stuff like that. So they were gonna change it. There's good ways and bad ways. So what they did with Venom was not my favorite thing in Spider-Man 2 in the game, but it still works. And the core concept of the Venom suit bringing out a darker side in Peter, and contrasting that with him having Miles Morales in his life, and Miles, who's always looked up to Peter and everything, and now sees his change in his mentor and all that stuff, is an interesting approach. And there's a good story to be told there. I don't agree with all the changes, but I think, they took a shot, and it's not a bad shot, right? Honestly, I like the game. I'm curious about the story. I just wish it didn't physically try to kill me every time I play it. What is it about that game? Well, actually, we figured it out, but I think I know what it is about that game in third-person view games that just give me a headache, versus games like Avowed, which is first person, and I can play for hours and I do not get the headaches like I do with Spider-Man, and even to a lesser extent Final Fantasy VII. It's kind of wild, but it's also a shame because I really enjoy Spider-Man. I just can only play it for very short bursts before I get a headache. Sucks. All right, wait, so we've got yet another type of currency. We got demon tears. These objects are almost certainly not what their name implies, and some have chosen to call them demon drops for just that reason. However, they might be demonic secretions. Secretions. That's a word you want to hear when you're talking about money. Of some kind, or they might not. Each looks a little like a blood-red pearl, although few are perfectly round. They are found by explorers who have ventured into the red. Some demons carry these objects, bringing them into other realms, but are they possessions or creations of the demons? They are not telling, and no one who cares enough about the answer is in a position to ask. Demon tears work like and are valued like mage coins that can restore any pool. Some people fear to use this currency, however, believing that doing so subjects them to some kind of demonic influence. So I'm guessing usually like demon tears are going to be a problem mostly for goetics if they're trading with the demons that they're summoning, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, your opinion generally seems to be the emotion I've heard around that game. Yeah, like I said, it's a good game overall. It's enjoyable. They take some liberties with the story, but they kind of have to, just because Marvel is such a weird hydra of licensing restrictions. That it's so difficult to adapt their work to other mediums when you have to deal with clearing all the rights for all the characters, and all the fact that so many of the core stories, especially for Marvel, but honestly DC does the same thing, involve these huge, entire company-wide events that involve characters from so many different lines, and some of them are just old stories that are just like, again, they're classics, but adapting them as written to another medium just is going to look funny. So it's hard. I do not envy the work of the writers, and overall I think Spider-Man 2, like the writers for that one, they did a good job given their limitations. And again, at least they seem to have taken the opportunity to make it an interesting story and bring in, like, okay, had the core events of the Venom suit saga happened, but with these characters in this position and with Miles Morales existing and all that, how would that have played out? And it's like, all right, cool, it makes sense, kind of what's going on. So overall, yeah, on Spider-Man 2, just please stop hurting me so much. Anyway, I want to end the stream now and go play some Avowed. No, but I'm tempted. Avowed is good. I don't know what the consensus is out there, but Avowed is good. Grab a hold of it if you can. I won't tell you how. But let's see. So demon tears, and then you've got bits and bobs. All the realms, half-orcs, and mysterious lands in the universe are many types of coins and baubles and explored life. So just random bits and bobs. Then you've got checks. For large amount, people use paper checks of varying value, backed up by one of the banks in Saturn. So cool, you can just write a check. And then noosphere exchanges. So e-money exists, electronic money effectively exists in when this game came out. Crypto was a thing, yes, by this point. So because orbs represent a thought, secret, or an idea, the equivalent value can be transferred through the noosphere between two entities there. The value can also be transferred by someone with access to a noosphere, such as through a psychopomp or someone with the right spells. Okay, that's what I was afraid for a second, that noosphere exchanges were going to be like some variation on crypto. But no, it actually is a sort of natural outflow of the fact that they designed the core currency of the game to be crystallized thoughts, ideas, and emotions. And the noosphere is thoughts, ideas, and emotions. So transferring thoughts, ideas, and emotions, I'm just going to keep saying it apparently, through the noosphere as value is a reasonable sort of next step. So, fine. For such a high concept game, I don't know. I guess it's fine because it does get into the nitty gritty a little. Like it's thinking about it a little. It strikes me that what we said yesterday about this game being a game for people who are in love with character creation, that is part of why I think stuff like this, like I would not expect in a high enough concept game like this one to see so much focus on the currency. And then having like lists of goods and devices and having like prices, D&D style, like how much for how much for 10 envelopes, how much for a hammer, 50 orbs by the way, how much for 1 day's worth of wine, etc., etc. But I think that the reason all of this is there is because it really wants you to inhabit your character. Like, it really wants you to be in the head of your character, not just at the sort of general, overall, like, I'm in Saturn and shit is weird and I am weird and we are weird together kind of thing, but also just the day-to-day living of your character. Like, you gotta worry about money in this game. Like, it's part of the gameplay to kind of just keep track of your finances for your character and pay for stuff, because the actuality is the real world where you really, really live and where you have to eat and need a roof over your head. Like, just because magic is real doesn't mean that you don't need to like pay your bills, which is kind of like weirdly saddening, but also like I get it, right? It's not, this game is not like it's like the actuality is a weird fever dream and nothing matters. Like, no. The big difference is that magic is real in this world, and so a lot of weird things that are only possible or thinkable because of magic are the way they are. But also, like, yeah, well, we still have coins. You still have to like pay for dinner. Yes, the coins are either made out of magic or out of the thoughts and secrets and dreams of people. But pay. Fuck you, pay me. All right, so let's actually go. So this is the one part that I was kind of excited about yesterday, which is the first session. And it's not that long. It's just a few pages. And then after that, it's advancing characters, which we kind of already know more or less how that works. So we'll skip that. Yeah, it's also very short, but we'll kind of skip it because we already know, they explained this earlier. Acumen, joy, despair. Joy and despair come together to create a crux. Acumen is for certain things, crux is for certain other things. Advancing your order or forte costs a certain amount of crux, etc., etc. Also, your arcs pay you in joys and despairs and acumens, etc., etc. So, yes. Let's focus on the first session. You've completed the steps suggested by the Testament of Suns. This guy. The icon you bear represents your choices and your personal power. But you're still not quite finished with character creation. You're only finished with the part that you can do alone. In Invisble Sun, the first session includes, quote-unquote, finishing a character as a group exercise. Thus, everyone shows up at the table with a character developed using all the material presented in this book so far. Stats, order, heart, forte, soul, and so on. The rest of the character details will be developed in that first game session with all players involved. This group experience further adds to and expands upon each character's foundation. It also sets up the beginning of the narrative, so the GM can craft a story that will involve the group. This includes the following steps: neighbors, nearby points of interest, local issues, PC bonds, ephemera, and the desideratum. Let's go through it. A process. Each player, one at a time, introduces their character to the group, describing order, forte, and foundation so far. Minutiae, like stats and even skills, are probably not relevant, but they might be. That's up to the group. Every player is allowed to describe and discuss their character as much or as little as they want, and ultimately, more information is better than and more useful than less. Obviously, secret soul information shouldn't be shared. The group helps to expand on the foundation of each character, one at a time. Specifically, the neighborhood in which they live. All of these topics are covered in more detail in the sections below. And by the way, this first session, I can actually guarantee that it's some of the most fun you're going to have with this game. Having gone through this with the game that I played, as mentioned yesterday, with Explorers Wanted, that first session, which was exactly this, like creating a neighborhood together and all that stuff, was an absolute blast. The rest of the game was also great, but it very much it grew out of that first session, the stuff that we came together and the back and forth of ideas and creativity that this initial process creates. That said, this process is not as unique or trend-setting these days, right, as it was kind of when it came out. When it came out, it was still it also still, this is not the first game to do this, like collaborative, effectively. This is not like world building less, it's more like collaborative, like neighborhood building. Like the world is already very well detailed. That's what all these books are about, right? They're about this world of Saturn and this setting. But then at the micro level, then it's it almost flips its head completely, and it's very much hyper focused on your characters. Like the story is less, and going back to the arcs from yesterday, all the arcs are personal to your character, right? Like the arcs can be like develop a bond, defeat a foe, establish a thing, defend yourself, defend your place, defend your home, finish a great work, growth, personal growth, instruction, teaching somebody. Like they're still about your character more than anything else. And so this first session and this creation is at the micro level. It completely becomes about your characters, the neighborhood you live in, the homes that you have, the places, the people that they specifically know, etc., etc. They are not itinerant adventurers traveling from town to town over the countryside and Saturn and whatnot. They are this is their home. They live here. They live here. They live across, they live across the street or around the block from one another, or possibly in separate neighborhoods. But you get the idea, right? And the stories that we're going to tell about these characters are the stories about these characters, right? It's less like that they are getting quests to save the kingdom, and more that, well, my character wants to become a great goetic. He's currently rank 1, and he wants to eventually become rank 6. Cool. Let's tell the story. As part of everything else, let's tell the story of that advancement. And the danger with that, of course, is that, well, but that means I have as many separate stories, I have separate characters, or players, rather, at my table, which can be a lot to handle. And in every game, you should give some level of personal attention, right, to every individual character's story. Like, not every player will give you 3 pages of background for their character. But even the ones that just give you, hey, Bathan, welcome in, friend, hope you're doing well. Like I said, not every player will give you 3 pages of background. Some will just give you a paragraph. Some will give you a couple sentences. But even with this couple of sentences, you might just ask a couple questions to expand a little. But you still want to somehow find a way to have everybody's personal stories affect and inspire and work with a general plot that you have. Here, the character stories are the plot 100%. And so that's why once we've established this bigger world, we then turn this hyper focus to the neighborhood, and here it really becomes just about your characters. And, you know, having gone through that, it actually is a lot of fun. So let's see. So the group helps to expand on the foundation of each character one at a time. Specifically, the neighborhood in which they live. All these topics are covered in more detail in the sections below. Characters without houses still live somewhere, so the process should still work for them as well. The players first suggest a neighbor for the PC. This can be handled with suggestions and discussion, and all players, including the GM and the player directly involved, can participate. When a decision is reached, the GM rates the neighbor as being a positive, negative, or neutral force for the PC in question. The player in question should take notes and add it to their foundation information. It'll be up to the player to flesh out the neighbor, giving them a name and perhaps more details. However, if the player wishes, the GM can be brought in to help with this, or the group can provide this information as well. Then, the group goes through the process again for another neighbor. Again, the GM determines if the neighbor is positive, negative, or neutral. Next, the player suggests 1 to 3 nearby points of interest in the neighborhood. Once more, the GM determines if these are positive, negative, or neutral for the PC. Again, the player notes all relevant information. Last, the group comes up with 1 or 2 local problems, issues, or rumors, and the GM determines if they are positive, negative, or neutral. The GM tallies the results to see if there are more positive or negative results. Neutral results basically don't count. If positive, the PC in question is given 1 joy. If negative, the PC is given 1 despair. If neither, then the PC gets neither. Either way, the PC is then given a wicked key, which the player then flips the page to read about. Which the player then awards. Oh, yes, I'd forgotten that. It's not your key. We created your neighborhood. We created your neighbors, nearby landmarks, and you know, a personal problem for you, and then you get handed a wicked key, but it's not for you. You give it to another player for a suggestion that they liked or thought was particularly fun or imaginative. So it's a built-in motivation for the other people at the table to give, you know, cool and fun and interesting suggestions, because the more that, and to not really like kind of fuck the other player over unless that's the kind of relationship you have with them, right? But to give them something cool, because if you're the one that gives the most fun idea, then you're the one that they might decide to give a wicked key to at the, you know, at the end of their part. Once that's done, the player makes sure that they have all the information they need to finish their foundation material, asking any remaining questions or getting clarifications if desired, and the group moves on to the next player. When all characters have their neighborhood information, players then agree on any and all bonds that they might share. Ideally, each character has a bond with at least one other character, but it's not required. So again, neighborhood, neighbors, and they have a list of suggestions. For example, let's just kind of do one at random. They've got Visley suggestions and non-Visley suggestions. So from the Visley suggestions, let's see, Bob, a member of a different order than the PC, or wants somebody who wants another Visley who wants to steal the PC's belongings. Meanwhile, for non-Visley, it might be something like a very nosy couple, next door neighbors, or possibly a vampire. We got points of interest, so a random point of interest might be a quick and greasy restaurant. Hell yeah, yeah, I'm a big fan of that one. Or let's see, a tool shop. Yeah, fun little stuff like that. They have a whole little thing about collaborative creation for people who are not used to that. I'm going to kind of skip that over. Then you've got local issues that your character might have to deal with. So kind of to pick one at random. Let's see, a large number of Elderbryn. Elderbryn are these sort of shape-shifting creatures that just kind of exist, and they can be neighbors. Okay, then the PC bonds: close friends, fated companions, fellow students, friends from the past, housemates or lovers, mystic bond, relatives or rivals. And each one of these things has, you know, some some advantages and disadvantages, some benefits and drawbacks rather. For example, if two of the characters are housemates, the benefit is that they have shared expenses as well as combined house values as described above, and they have a whole system for that. The drawback is there's a lack of an additional house, right? There's not an extra house that you guys will share. But say if you're fated companions with another player, or another character, while not friends, two characters always seem to be crossing paths. They frequently turn up at the same place at the same time. Perhaps there's a reason for all this that will become clear later. Benefit. At some point in the narrative, fate intervenes. Each character has all their pools refreshed and all injuries, wounds, and anguishes refreshed. And all injuries, wounds, and anguishes healed, and both succeed on their next action, regardless of what it is, assuming it is not utterly impossible. Both characters must agree as to when this happens and have it fit their background story. The drawback, once the characters use the benefit, the bond is basically done. So I kind of like that one. It's like we're gonna have a one-time kind of thing, like we are fated companions. We at some point, whether our characters know it or not, at some point, something is going to happen that requires us both to be there, and when that happens, we are going to be our most excellent selves, right? All our pools are going to be refreshed, and whatever it is that we're trying to do, it's going to happen because it's fated to happen. But that's one time, and then that's it. And if you survive, cool, but that's it. This is the thing that you were meant to do together, and now it's done. Interesting approach. I kind of dig that, actually. So, but I like that the PC bonds actually have these like little in-game sort of mechanical effects like that are unique for each one. Look, shadow friends, for example. Two characters knew each other in shadow. It's possible they escape shadow at the same time or in the same circumstances. Benefit, if the characters have the same shadow skill, that is level 3 instead of level 2. Drawback, if one PC is pulled back in the shadow, the other suffers a -1 on all actions until the friend returns. I kind of like that one. It's like, it's cute. It's like, yeah, I've got like my buddy from Shadow, and like we did time together in Shadow. Good times. Then we got ephemera. All characters start with ephemera. The number of ephemera you start with is your maximum, as dictated by your order, so usually 3. Most characters will start with 3. Yeah. The GM and the player should then work together to determine what these are, although the GM's voice is the dominant one in this case. This is done with the whole group in mind, however, so that no two starting ephemera in the group are the same, and there's a nice mix of types and abilities. Although a PC starting ephemera can include anything, 2 items, perhaps a potion and an amulet, and an incantation is a good mix. The best way to do this might be simply to give out random ephemera cards to each player, which is probably what I would do, and what most will do, like ephemera objects like this one. Like let's pull a couple. Let's see here. Let's pull a few cards from this deck. Let's see here. Ooh, that's a big one. Level 8, Song of the Swarm Wolf. It looks like a sheet music sheet. You perform the song on the sheet music, singing, playing, or otherwise creating the melody, and summon a swarm wolf from the red. It fights beside you for 3 rounds, acting on your turn and doing as you ask within its ability to do so. After 3 rounds, it disappears, leaving behind the sound of buzzing. The Path. Swarm Wolf, page 133. You know what? Let's check out the Swarm Wolf. Apparently we can summon one with this item. That's again, it's the Path. So here we go. The Path, page 131. Let's look at what the heck a Swarm Wolf is. Come on, keep going. There we go, 131. Okay, so we don't have art of the Swarm Wolf, but we do have... Well, we don't have the Swarm Wolf here either. Swarm Wolf. Oh, there we go. It's 133, not 131. Okay. Swarm Wolf, a canine with a swarm of wasps for a head. Native to the red. Smells of copper. Delightful. That a canine with a swarm of wasps for a head. Thank you for that nightmare, Monty. Good times. Hey, it has a stinging bite, which does 4 points of damage. And its traits are that it is vicious and belligerent. Cool. Sounds real pleasant. Sounds fun. You get to summon one of those by using your Song of the Swarm Wolf. Uh, ephemera. Let's check another one real quick. Ooh, Slivered Ecstasy. It's a level 7 ephemera. Its form is a shard of a mirror. Anyone who looks into the mirror's shard sees themselves in the moment of their greatest pleasure. Unwilling to look away, they watch their ecstasy play out in the most glorious and perfect of experiences. The viewer restores 3 of their qualia pools to full. Once the scene is played out, the shard turns opalescent and shimmery, not unlike a pearl. Color blue. And there's a little bit of lore in tiny, tiny text. Let me see if I can read that. It is terribly easy and terribly dangerous to mix up the slivered cacophony and the slivered ecstasy. For this reason, many Visli refuse to have more than one slivered anything on them at any given time. So, I have a feeling that the slivered cacophony is something like this one, but instead of giving you refreshing your pools, it like gives you a despair or a hex or a vex or something. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, point is, you get a couple of those to start with. Cool. Good times. If you're a bit anal retentive, you can try and pre-select them for your players, but I find that just letting them get some random shit, even if it's maybe a little OP for the first time, that's kind of half the fun. It's like, why do I have a pocket nuke? You know what? Let's weave that into the story. Let's figure out. Let's find out. Let's play to find out why I have a pocket nuke for my character. But hey, with that in mind, it is hi cat. Your timing could not be better. There we go. There we go. This screen, because it's time. It's time. It's been an hour. And hey, at least we actually started talking about the game within the first hour as opposed to 2 hours, 2+ hours after the stream began. But hey, we know what time it is. It is ad time. You know how to make the ads go away. I don't need to tell you, okay? You all are my core audience. You know what needs to happen. Either throw money at me, throw money at Twitch, or dismantle capitalism. Either way, any of those options will work. Until then, we'll be right back. How were those ads? Were they delicious? Were they nutritious? I mean, I don't know if yours were. I had to step away. Nope, nope. Did not mean to. God damn it! It's got a logo on both sides. I just took a little bit longer to get back from the ads because I had to make myself a quick protein shake. 'Cause I realized I was hungry. I was hungry. I'd actually had a small sandwich. Yes, I did migrate to a pork bun. In fact, Bathan, that is correct and true. I had the domain uncivilized.games hosted on just domain.com, which I think is where I originally purchased it, and I just felt like migrating to a friendlier, smaller host. And pork bun came highly recommended from a few friends, and yeah, so I did it. It took like a week, mostly from domain.com's side. It took them like put in the request, took them like 3 days to get to it, and then took them the better part of another week, and then as of late last night they finally did the migration, and then I went in on pork bun and updated all the DNS records, and then I waited for them to do the whole thing, propagate, and I think it's now fully. In fact, I'm curious. Let's see here. Let me see. 'Cause I have a little checker running. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There we go. As far as I can tell, at least on every host that DNSchecker.org is checking at, the A record for uncivilized.games is now pointing. What are you, Cat? Cat? What? Why? Why do you hate it so much? Oh, you found a toy. I see now. There's a bit of plastic on the floor. Therefore, it is now your. Give me a second, folks. I have to put this piece of plastic somewhere so the cat will play with it over there and not over here. Bear with. Kitty. Oh my god, yeah, there it, oh my god, no, it fell. Where'd it go? It fell behind the, god damn it. I'm back. Sorry about that. It's just look, folks. Here's the thing. My cat is a plump little feline, right? Her shape is increasingly round, and it's hard to get her to play with anything. Like, she ignores most toys. So whenever it's like she gets excited about a bit of plastic, I encourage her and I pick it up and I throw it for her, and she like does a little hop around, and like she's a kitten again. It's the most adorable thing, and also like she'll get bored with it. After a while, she gets bored with it, and then like it's like, oh no, I don't like that anymore. But for that moment, for those few precious seconds, like I should be annoyed that you're playing with a random bit of plastic, but it's exercise, and dear God, you need it, my dear beloved plump feline. Anyway, all my DNS records have been updated, which means that now I don't have a Wix.com site, which was, honestly, I wasn't happy with it anyway. It wasn't well designed, and I was trying to use it to promo my games on SPG, but first I wasn't keeping it up to date. The history behind my attempts to have a website have been storied, honestly. Like, I've had the uncivilized.games domain for a while, and when I first got it, I think I was pointing it at a ghost blog, like ghost.org, like the blogging platform, because I didn't want to do WordPress. I just don't want to do WordPress. Like, it feels like it's too much and too little at the same time. I don't know. I'm just kind of done with WordPress. Anyway, so ghost.org was pretty cool, but it was still like, I should have been running, and I actually tried to set up a custom personal ghost.org. No, sorry, just Ghost, the software, setting up on my own server on AWS, and I tried to kind of try and host it from there, and was never quite happy with it. And I did have it running for a while, and actually had it with a little pay section. And if you subscribe to it on the pay section, for just like $1 a month, or was it? I think no. I think I had it tied to my Ko-fi, which I need to update those links. I actually have a Ko-fi for people that just want to give me money, because I'm sure people are just eagerly awaiting the chance to throw money at me directly. Anyway, I have a Ko-fi, and I think I had it set up so that if you signed up for my Ko-fi monthly for like $1, then you get access to sort of the back end of the blog where I had like all my games and material and stuff. So basically, $1 a month gave you, access to everything I've ever written. But also just kind of being nice to me gets you access to everything I've ever written. I'm easy like that. So, but anyway, I did it for a while, and it was kind of a fun little blog to keep. But I just fell off with it, and then I didn't update it for years. And then I tried to do this thing and, stream and run games online at a living, and which I'm utterly failing at. But hey, what are you going to do? Anyway, and so I tried to first thing I did was, for some reason, I got it in my head that, the smart thing to do here is to set up a Notion site. I don't know if any of you are aware of Notion, the application. It's like a knowledge management / database / team collaboration / whatever you want it to be kind of app. And you can sort of design that, like, Notion sites have a very specific look, but because they're basically just Notion pages from the app, but published to the web. The good news is that, because Notion, the way it works, right, you could set up kind of like a database and update that database, and then on a separate sort of Notion homepage, you could have elements populate based on that database. So the idea had been to create a sort of skeleton website, and then I would just have a Notion table that I would update with my different games, and then that would just update the front page. But I didn't like how it looked, and it didn't quite work the way I wanted it, and there was no way to sort of just keep people from clicking through and just getting to the database itself. Not that was wrong. They couldn't like modify the database, but it was like, I don't want you to click through to the database. Like, I just that's what the website is for. Like, and that's not like what I'm trying to present here. So then I was like, all right, well, and I kept thinking like, I should just do something simple, just a personal, like a simple, detailed, like, sorry. Should I have muted that? Most likely I didn't, anyway. I wanted, look, I kept thinking like, okay, something that's like just a little skeleton, and that I can just write some text, and I kept seeing stuff like Hugo and other sort of like meant to be quote unquote lightweight frameworks that then you could kind of host yourself or host on a VM and stuff, and they were cool, but it always left me feeling like this is too much work. This is too much. Even this, because it was like, okay, cool. So the end result will be that you just, upload a text file, and then sort of like hit compile, and up gets posted an entire website. And so as you want to do updates, you just, write more on this text file and then hit publish, and it recompiles and whatnot. But the process of setting it up was so onerous, and so like, wait, so you're actually expecting me to like be all in on like HTML and CSS and whatnot to design this thing, and there's almost no help that you're giving me on this part. And it's like, I just wanted a simple design, but. And then That's around the time when I was like, oh, Wix.com, like the whole thing is that it's easy to build the site, and here's all these sort of widgets, and you put them in and you populate them, whatever. And then I had a Wix site, but it always looked too ugly. I'm not a web designer. I'm not good at design. Visual design is not my passion, as I've stated before. I just didn't like how it looked. And I know I'm a terrible critic of my own shit. We kind of established that yesterday. We had a whole tangent about how overly critical I am about my own efforts. I get that, but it wasn't a pretty site. It was an ugly site, and it is down now. It no longer exists. I shut down the Wix.com service, and then what I saw was. Well, I'm no good at visual web design either. Yeah, I get you. Anyway, then I saw, and it was S. John Ross. Was it? Wait. Let me look up, because it was actually. So the what I'm using now is Pika. Pika.page is the blog. So if you go to Pika.page. That will just show you, like, what it is. Like, it is good enough software. It is a very simple blogging platform, hosted, and so I actually signed up for a pro account so I could have the custom domain. And if you go to uncivilized.games right now, there's no content there. It's just a title, stay tuned for my first post. That's it. I'm going to start blogging there. And it's going to be, rather than trying to promo my games, although I will occasionally talk about my games, but it's going to be more of just a stream of thought and just thoughts about tabletop RPGs and design stuff. I'm going to try and be regularly posting there. In fact, here, let me actually switch to that for folks. Yeah, so basically it's just a blank. It's like there's nothing there right now. But yeah, so the 3 global generator and stuff, I'm going to be moving that. I'm going to find another way to put that somewhere else, because it's just, again, the Wix.com like thing just broke it entirely. I have the code, right? I didn't delete that. I just need to find out where to post that better. So again, I'm still like figuring this out. Like I said, if you go to right now, it's almost nothing. I need to, but you can like post pages on Pika as well. So that's kind of what I need to, like, if I go to the dashboard here, or settings, is it? Actually, settings. I think over somewhere around here, I can basically do extra pages. I'll figure that out later. Is it here? No, it's like I can do a password protected blog as well. Whatever. I'm not going to go into that part right now. But there is a way to sort of have a custom page. And if there isn't, I'll figure it out. Because I do need to figure out where to host that stuff. But in terms of just having a website, I just want to have a really casual thing. I want to have like a really casual thing. Because it's not gonna really work as promo. Like, nobody was going to my site and from there going to like my SPG profile, right? Like, SPG has much better search engine optimization than I ever will. So people who are searching for games are going to find SPG first before they find my website. My website was never going to be a good promo vehicle for my games. So I'm not going to attempt to use it for that. At least for my hosted games. Maybe it'll be a good promo vehicle eventually for other stuff. We'll see. But, at the moment, I'm trying to keep it real simple. So yeah, thanks for bringing up the 3 global generator. I actually honestly had not 100% considered that. Like I said, I know there's a way to add like just custom pages to a Pika blog. So I'm going to have to look into that. Probably not tonight, because tonight I actually already have something pending, but soon. Anyway, let's go back to the thing. So wait a minute, S. John, because I'm trying to remember the person who pointed me at Pika was and Pork Bun was a fellow tabletop RPG. I think it was as Gila. I think it was Gila Games, if I'm not mistaken. Gila. No, was it them or was it? Oh goddamn, who was it? SCR asked on Mastodon, I suggested it to him. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. Like I'm really like, here. I'll show you real quick. Well, I mean, I'll show folks here. But I've got, actually, do I still have Pork Bun open? Yeah, here we go. Like, Pork Bun has a very simple... I only have the one domain there, you know, in Civilized Games, but it's really simple. It's very quick. It's not constantly like there's all my records. I mean, this is not, if you look, this is all public information. If you know, it's all, you know, if you just do a DNS search, you can bring all this up. So I'm not like doxing myself or anything here. But like, it's the most simple, most easy like DNS management interface that I've seen on it. And I've used a lot. I've used GoDaddy, I've used domain.com, I've used network solutions, just for, you know, for multiple purposes, for jobs and everything. And Pork Bun has like the simplest, most straightforward, and yet has everything I need, has all the level of power that I need. It's not constantly trying to upsell me with every goddamn thing. Like you can like add web hosting your domain, add manage email settings. I'm already like doing a separate email host. Or if you email Dan at uncivilized.games, it goes to my Proton Mail account. I still haven't moved out of Proton Mail. I've been meaning to. It's a long story. Anyway, but so the options are there, but it's not. You know, and if I wanted to resell it, it's fairly straightforward. I don't care about that. But it's like the options are there. It'll give you like all the classic stuff that a domain kind of management thing wants to give you. All the services, like I haven't seen a single service that I'm interested in that they don't offer. It including and then the cost of the domain includes like a free SSL certificate and whatnot. But again, it's that experience of like with every other host, it's just a constant like, oh, hey, would you like to sign up for our 3-year advanced ultra powerful security thing? No, I just want to update a DNS service. Oh, DNS, would you like to sign up for our ultra pro premium DNS mailinator death bray shooter? Like, no, I just need to add an extra record. I want to add an MX record. An MX record. Did you know that we offer all manner of email blah blah? And it's like, God damn it, stop trying to upsell me. Just let me do the goddamn thing. Like the whole dark pattern web design thing is so annoying. And yeah, my experience with Pork Bun has been a breath of fresh air in comparison with other domain registrars. So I don't have any kind of code I can give you, you know, to or anything. I don't think that they even have any kind of program for that sort of thing. Do they? I'm curious. No, I don't think they have any kind of like, hey, here's give this code to people so they can sign in. And if they do, I don't care. Again, they're not paying me for this. This is just, they're a good service. They're a good service so far, at least anyway, in my experience. And every part of dealing with them has been painless and generally just pleasant. Oh, there we go. There's all my information. And look, if I wanted to have like DNSSEC on my domain for free, apparently I can. I'll check those settings out later. There's all other stuff, API access. I don't even know what that's about. But yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. So let's see here. They do have a referral code, but I already said no. It's all right. It's all right. No, dude. I do not care. I am. This is not a paid promo. This is just like legitimately a service that I enjoyed. They're doing well by me so far. So let's see. Yep, put all that crap on top of being only half accessible. Exactly. Like I mean, again, as a just day-to-day user, I don't know how accessible Pork Bun's website is. But just from a visual point of view, it's simple enough and painless enough, and doesn't have all the 1,000 pop-ups and bullshit that's constantly going on. So I imagine it's probably fairly easy to navigate for folks compared. Okay, so it's awesomely accessible. Okay, good. Glad to hear it. So yet another reason to recommend Pork Bun. If you have some domains on other hosts and you're annoyed anytime you need to log into, look into just moving your domains to Pork Bun. It'll take a week. It'll be annoying, but it won't be annoying because of Pork Bun. It'll be annoying because your current host is going to be annoying about letting go. Anyway. Point is, I have a blog, and I'm going to actually start using it in the coming days. Bear with me on that. Also, part of the reason I kind of wanted to use a Pika.page website is because they're also like very accessible, meant to be, at least I hope it is. It's very simple design as well. It's also meant to be very accessible, very simple. It's not a super complex design. There's not like a lot of heavy code going on. It's just, you know, text and probably some images as I go along. We'll see. I will, Bathan, I will keep you on deck to yell at me if any part of the design, such as it is, because there's really not that much design to it. It's just a mostly blank page. But if I put anything up that is absolutely unfuckably inaccessible, please yell at me about it. But anyway, let's go back to the topic at hand. My cat is back. Hi, kitty. This is what we're talking about, huh? Hi, kitty. Hi. Hi. What's up, my beloved little feline? Oh my God, she's coming in for the cuddles. She's coming in for the pettings. She is not taking no for an answer. She demands all the pettings. Sweetheart. Sweetheart. I have to go to the other screen. I have to go over there and do the things. Okay, you're just gonna rub up against the microphone. That's great. That's great, sweetheart. Why are we? Okay, if you come down here, you can kind of be on my lap. That's kind of come on. Last leg. There we go. You're on my lap now. Now I can kind of go over here and hit the button and go to the overhead. There we go. Cat is still on lap. Need to be very careful about this. Need to be very careful here. Here we go. Oh. Okay, there we go. Cat is still on lap. Cat is still purring. Cat update. Cat is still purring. Okay, here we go. So, the last step. Jesus Christ, I've used up half an hour almost of this hour, or like 20 minutes, whatever. Point is, like, you know what? Yeah, those of you who are here, you know what you're here for. You know how it goes. The digressions and sidebars are part of the show. So the last step is called the desideratum. Desideratum? I'm going to go with desideratum. D-E-S-I-D-E-R-A-T-U-M. I'm going to assume it's pronounced desideratum. Anyway, once all the bonds are set, the group works together to decide what they need to start the game. This can be many things, of course, but to start off a narrative, the characters as a group need a single desideratum that provides the impetus. Aha, cat is gone. I repeat, cat has hopped off my lap. We are free. I'm going to take a sip from my protein drink. So I did something interesting. Oh my, it's all there at the bottom, isn't it? Let me give it another shake. Yeah, let me give it a proper shake, because I don't know why I'm doing this on camera. I could also recommend the protein powder that I use. I'm a big fan of it. Synthesix. It's pretty good stuff. But anyway, I have this little bag of chia seeds in the kitchen that have just kind of been there. And I feel bad because I didn't buy them. They're from my ex-housemate. And the housemate left them behind. And I didn't want to throw them out, but I didn't have a use for them. And I realized, wait a minute, I can just mix a tablespoon rather, of chia seeds into my shake. And it's fiber. But fiber's good. Doctors say you need fiber. So I put that in there, and honestly, it's fine. In a like a thick sort of protein shake kind of thing. They just kind of, it's there. It does give the shake a little bit of a unexpected crunch at the end. So if that's a problem for you on mouthfeel, then maybe don't do it. But hey, I'm getting my protein and my fiber in. So, that's what's happening now. Give me a second. Delicious protein and fiber. Oh dear. The chia seeds that have been sitting there I hope nobody listening has misophonia. Apologies. My deepest apologies if you are listening to me kind of smacking my lips. But the chia seeds have, like, I'd forgotten they do that after a while. They get a little slimy. It's not an unpleasant sensation. It was just unexpected. Fun. All right. So, the characters as a group need a single desideratum that provides the impetus for the first stories told. Essentially, the desideratum is the player's way of deciding how they want the narrative to start, at least very broadly. This decision is probably based on the individual characters' arcs that the players have chosen for their Visle. They can simply choose what's needed for one character, or, even better, find a way to merge more than one arc's initial step into one need. For example, if one character is looking to avenge their family and another to uncover a secret, they both very likely need a good source of information to start their stories. Obviously, if two bonded characters have a starting arc, there's a very good starting point for a group desideratum. The desideratum can come in 6 forms. Money. The group needs money and is interested in work or a scheme that will earn them a substantial amount. Power. The group recognizes that to achieve its goals, everyone must become more magically adept or get their hands on some kind of magical aid. Information. The group needs information. They seek answers, ideas, or just knowledge to start off their story. Allies. The group needs the assistance of others more powerful than themselves. Travel. The group needs to go somewhere to get what they want. Or altruism. The group needs to help someone. This could be general altruism, we're looking to help those in need, or more likely, they have a specific person or group in mind to help. After the players select one of these 6 types, the GM can begin to craft the beginning of the narrative, knowing exactly what motivation will pull the characters into the tale. Essentially, the desideratum is the player's way of saying, GM, if you assume this is our motivation, you can start the narrative with us already involved. In other words, if the group desideratum is information, the GM can start the second session, where the story really begins, by saying, you all have agreed to travel together to the Library of Roll, the left-handed god. On your way there, ... There's a little note here. Says, the GM should use the guiding hand to make notes on the group's desideratums. The guiding hand is a notebook that is over there in one of my other desks that they give you, which is just literally, it's just a little notebook that has some predefined sections for the GM to keep track of stuff like this in the desideratum and character arcs and stuff like that. So it's like a plot Bible almost for your game. But rather than keeping, it's not about keeping track of stats and stuff. It's about keeping track of narrative and story and the progress that different characters are making on their arcs, etc., etc. All right, cool. And then the next session will be advancing characters. We're going to skip over because we already know how that works. And look, we finished the first of 10,000 books. In Invisble Sun. The Key, Book 1 of the Core 4, which are also the Path, the Gate, the Path, the Way, and the Gate. Yay! Do we know if Invisble Sun is a good game yet? I think we know that Invisble Sun is most certainly a game. It is most certainly a game. Let's kind of go through the next one. So what do we got? We've got, this was The Key. There's a book for players and game masters. Next is The Way. Then the other books will be after that, The Path and the Gate. So let's break out The Way and see what it has to tell us. The Way is the sort of brownish beige book, whereas The Key is this kind of deep red book. Now, The Way is a shorter book than The Key. If you compare their girth, it looks like The Way is about half the thickness, the girth of The Key. So one wonders then, what mysteries does this book hold for us? As we crack it open, we see that this is also a book for players and game masters, and it's all about magic, the way of magic, magical practices, minor magic, long-form magic, the endless grimoire, general spells, advanced spells, the Maker's Matrix, Weaver's Threads and Aggregates, Goetic, summoning, characters and house secrets, ephemera, objects of power, and finally, the changeries. So, everything we saw so far was about your characters, and part of the character creation was determining what kind of magic your character was going to perform, right? Are you a Vance and doing Vancian magic? Are you a maker and making objects of power? Are you a weaver and weaving aggregates for different magical effects? Are you a Goetic and summoning demons? Once that's decided, this book is the one that's going to kind of go into the details on exactly how you do the magic, how you do that voodoo that you do so well. Or, you know, pretty well, hopefully. Well enough. Well enough. So let's read the little intro to the Way of Magic. Shadow is a completely distorted image of the real world, the actuality. But honestly, Shadow gets only one thing wrong. It doesn't have any magic. Magic is at the very heart of existence. The universe wasn't just made by a spell, it is a spell. It's an ongoing magical effect, and frankly, none of us really knows its full extent, its ultimate fruition, or what happens when the spell depletes. Or, of course, who cast it. Whomever did left behind the clues and remnants collectively called the legacy. Perhaps they are part of the spell as well. In any event, magic is the blood that flows through the veins of the universe, and the heart that pumps that blood is the invisible sun. Magic is the answer to every question that begins with why. It is far larger than any one Visle, any one god, any one order or organization, no matter how vast. In fact, it is bigger than the sum of all the Visle, all the gods, and all the orders. Magic has not been mastered. Don't let anyone, Visle or not, tell you otherwise. Not all its secrets have been learned, not all its depths plumbed. This book, The Way, is so named because it is the means towards that unachievable end. You cannot learn all the secrets of magic, but don't you want to try anyway? So this is one of those little intros that when I first read it, and even now, it kind of gives me a little thrill, because holy shit, this is so up my alley. So up my alley. Like, it's this is what I want every game to be. Like, that's as I'm reading through this, I'm realizing how much of a spiritual influence Invisble Sun has been on some of my game design. Because again, like looking at my game, looking at Seeker's Call, and just the entire world of the last library, I really do need to at some point kind of give y'all a, maybe next Friday when I'm doing my usual like work on my game thing, maybe I can kind of take a step back and kind of talk about the lore of that game world and why I refer to it as the last library. But part of what I was trying to do with that world, and part of the reason that every character, every player in that game world has a gift, capital G gift, a magical gift of some kind, and everybody is touched by magic, is in part inspired by this concept that in this world, in this game world, the most true thing is magic at its core, at its base, more than anything. It's not like there is a world and there is, sorry, I dropped Minnie and I need to rescue it. Minnie rescued, microphone bumped. Good times, once again. Professional at work. Don't try this at home. But point is, like, yeah, I didn't want it to be a world in which, a world that exists, and in addition to the world, there is this force of magic that makes it weird or different or dangerous, right? It is not a world that existed without magic and then magic came in as an external force or was added to it. There's nothing wrong with that as a setting. On the contrary, it's one of my favorite approaches. I like that concept. But specifically for my world, I wanted to do an approach closer to what Invisible Sun is doing, in which, for this setting, magic is not an add-on. Magic is its core. Magic is its reason. The magic is the basis of everything else, and everything else in the world, all of reality, all of like what people are, what their emotions, what their feelings, what their lives, the land beneath their feet, the sky above their heads, their connections with other, their friendships, their loves, their hates, everything at its core is magic. And it all springs from magic, and that's kind of the approach that I wanted to take with that. And as I'm rereading a lot of this stuff, I'm like, oh wow, I really did take like a lot of inspiration, like maybe not on purpose, but in terms of wanting to hit some similar notes. Definitely I'm seeing that there. So let's kind of move forward. Let's see, magical practices is the next one. And for this is one of those things that when you first look at it, you're like, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. Why do you need this level of variety? And you'll see what I mean very shortly. But take a single step back to what we have just been told. This is a world in which magic is the most true thing. Everything comes back to magic. It is the truest thing. It is the core of everything else in this world. It is, as they say, it is the answer to every question that begins with why. Why is the sky that color? Magic. Why do things fall up, down instead of up? Usually magic. Why do sometimes things fall up? Also magic. Why do birds suddenly appear? Magic. Every time you are near, because you're the one casting that magic spell. Like that's it. That's this game. So with that in mind, behold, magical practices. Magic is sometimes called the Invisible Church, or the Church of the Invisible Sun. It is the fire that burns at the heart of the world's furnace, as they say. But in truth, it's even more than that. It's the furnace itself as well, and the rest of the world to boot. Practices is a term used to describe all the various magical applications known to Visle. Spells, charms, hexes, rituals, processes, secrets, and so on. Some also like the catch-all term magical workings. The various kinds of practices include, but are not limited to, bear with me now, here we go, spells, the basic quickly cast form of Visle magic. Cantrips, very minor spells. Charms, minor effects, usually defensive or beguiling. Signs, minor effects, always defensive. Hexes, minor effects, usually offensive or curses. Rituals, long-form magic that requires multiple casters. Enchantments, long-form magic that affects objects. Conjurations, invocations, and evocations, long-form magic that requires ingredients, tools, and so on. Incantations, fleeting applications of magical knowledge that come to the mind of a Visle, are used and then flitter away. Processes, large magical workings that require a variety of ingredients, devices, time, and permanent structures. The most obvious examples are the changeries. Precepts, rules of reality that Visle understand, like numerology, the importance of souls, the ways of demons, and so on. These are so fundamental to the setting that they are fully described in their own chapter in The Path, rather than in this book. So there's a whole aspect of magic that we're not even going to touch yet. But also, we're not touching it yet because it's so important that it needs to be talked about specifically in its own just entire section in a whole other book. And finally, secrets. Things you can do because you understand a loophole or shortcut in the precepts of reality. And there's more. There are various powers and abilities that are taught by orders that manifest as aspects of a Vristle's forte, or that come naturally to a given creature, like the Elder Bryn's ability to change their shape. Beyond magical practice, there are the results of practices, such as ephemera, objects of power, kindled items, and more. So, let's count them out, shall we? We've got spells, we've got cantrips, charms, signs, hexes, rituals, enchantments, conjurations, invocations, evocations, incantations, processes, precepts, secrets, and then technically you have order abilities, forte abilities, natural abilities. So far I think we're at like what 18? I think. I kind of lost count, but I feel like I think we're like at 18 or 13. Either 13 or 18. I think it's 13. Yeah, I think we're at 13. And then beyond that, if you want to count them separately, you could have ephemera, objects of power, kindled items. So that brings you now to 16. And then, in theory, yet more things. So a lot of details, a lot of little details. And then the order abilities are like divided into 4. So if we wanted to count those as individual ones, we would have Vancian Magic, Goethean Magic, Weaving, and Making, right? As their own kind of separate things. So, yeah, you thought Mage the Ascension and its sort of philosophy of magic could be complicated, and it is. I'm not saying it ain't. But this is a game about magic. This is a game about your character. This is a game about your character being a weird little magic person. All right, that's what this. It's not just about your character. It's about the fact that your character is a weird, magical person who is obsessed with magic. Again, you have to have a certain mindset. You have to have a level, as I keep saying, of buy-in into the concept. Like, you cannot drop something like Invisble Sun on your average D&D or even like almost any other tabletop RPG. Honestly. Like, you cannot drop this on most tabletop RPG players' tables. Like, boom, we're all playing this. Because other games, there are other games that have very complex magical systems as well. But in those games, usually there is one or two, a selection of magical classes or archetypes or modes or whatever, and you always have a choice to just play a punchy dude, or a quick dude, or a clever dude, or a charismatic dude. If you don't want to engage with that game's magic system, you don't have to, right? And Angela, I see you out there, right? If you have one of those players like Angela from the Fandible podcast, Fandible.com, the best little podcast, longest running actual play podcast that nobody's ever fucking heard of. If you have a player in your games that just doesn't like playing wizards, is not about getting down and dirty with creating unique spells and planning out special effects for their magic, and they don't get downright slobbery at the idea of discovering a cache of ancient magical documents that will unlock new eldritch powers, then this is not the game for them. Everything in this game is magic, and you are a Visle. You do not get to play anything but a Visle. I mean, technically there are some options, yes, but at its core, this game wants you to play a weird magic dude and get weird with magic. If you're not down to get weird with magic, this game is not going to welcome you. Good, bad, neutral. It very much is what it is. It knows what it wants to be. And the game does provide you an out, as we saw during character creation before, especially if you choose to play an apostate. As an apostate, you can get as close as anyone can, really, to just being a punchy dude. It's still magic. You're still just kind of channeling your magic into your punches, basically. But it's about as close as you're gonna get to not having to deal with it. But then at that point, you're kind of cheating the system a little, because even then, apostates are meant to be like, they're just as magic obsessed as any of the orders. Their whole thing is more that they don't want to follow the prescribed ways that the orders have. They want to find their own path to magic. But it's still magic. It's still about magic. This is a game about magical people doing magical things, and hence that is why the magical practice, like that's why this stuff, magical practice, gets its own entire book in this game, because that's what it is. And we're not going to go full detail on this. I think we're going to skip a lot of this because it does get really crunchy if you want it to. Like, for example, here on the second page, it gives you a little rolling for the effect, right? Most of the time you roll to see how the practice takes effect, and you always add the level of the effect to the venture. The challenge is the level of the target modified by defenses or other factors. That means, if you're casting a charm on an unsuspecting person, you use their level as a challenge. If you're casting a spell to open a sealed gateway, use the gateway's level as the challenge. If you're casting a spell to remove a disease that ravishes your body, you use the disease's level as the challenge, and so on. You don't need to roll to see if a practice takes effect if you're casting a performance on yourself, you're casting a performance on a being that wants it to take effect, even if they're unaware. Example, you cast a healing spell on your unconscious friend, etc., etc. Lots of little details. Like at some point, like you have to start defining, okay, what are the rules of magic then in this game? And this is what this is the book for that. This is the book that tells you, okay, here's the time requirements for magic. Here's other requirements for magic. Might have spells, signs, incantations, speaking of words, minor gestures. How do you resist effects mechanically? What does an effect level mean? What do the colors mean? Actually, this one's worth taking a quick look at. Spells and other magical abilities are almost always tied to color, just like the sun's. Thus, a spell can be blue, green, red, and so on. Association has to do with the nature of the color. In this instance, the natures are defined in these ways. So we kind of saw something before, like here, I actually have some spell cards handy. For example, this reprimanded spell, its color is invisible, while this sabled soul spell, its color is pale. Serenity of the Light, color is blue. Inculcation is also a blue spell that just frickin', god damn it. There we go. Just dropped off my desk and onto the floor because of course it did. Just Vision is a gray. Lighter than light is indigo. Mandatory juxtaposition is green. So every spell has a color, and the color is not quite equivalent to something like a magical school. Like, it's not necessarily like an illusion school or an evocation school, stuff like that. It is more of the vibe of the type of magic that it is. We'll see here right now. For example, silver, the color silver, is associated with creation. So practices that create something from nothing are silver. Green, the quickening. This broad category includes any practice that involves motion, and by association, anything alive, at least as it pertains to the essence of its life. Thus, a spell that moves an object, a spell that grants levitation, and a spell that closes a wound are all green spells. Blue is the mind. Telepathy, mind reading, memory alteration, dream modification, most emotional effects and similar effects are blue. Blue practices never directly impact the physical world. Indigo is truth. Divinations, revelations, and effects that improve the senses fall into the indigo category. This also includes spells of communication and translation. Gray is illusion. Any practice that hides, deceives, disguises, confuses, or otherwise involves falsehood is gray. Pale is piercing the veil. As the living travel through the pale when they die, pale effects are those that physically reach beyond the normal bounds. This includes such things as conjurations, banishments, or restoring a soul to a dead body. Red means ruin. Red effects are those that harm something else, be it living, dead, inanimate, spirit, or anything else. And finally, oh, not finally, gold, next, almost finally, gold is transformation. Practices that physically change one thing into another, or that simply modify the physical substance or shape of a thing, are all gold. This includes more abstract transformations, such as changing the weather. And now, properly, finally, the invisible color, which stands for protection. In a sense, all magical practices are connected to the invisible. In another, by its very nature, invisible represents nothing. Still, Visle consider invisible practices to be all those that grant protection of any kind, because they are some of the most fundamental of all magical effects. Legends say that protection spells were the first spells. So you've got these colors, and they describe the types of spells, but as we've seen before, not only is it just a descriptor, right? So for example, now we know inculcation, it's a blue spell. Got the card here. So we know that it's probably going to have some kind of mental effect because it's blue. So when we read it, if I cast a spell 3 times over 3 days upon a single being that I touch, they permanently gain 1 level in a skill which I have at least 1 level. Afterwards, I cannot use a spell to teach that being again. Mental thing. I'm magically teaching somebody my skills over the space of 3 days. Meanwhile, I've got reprimanded spell. The color is invisible, so we're going to expect some kind of theme of protection. We read the description. I swat the next spell that is cast upon me out of the air so that it affects a nearby target of my choosing instead. I make a roll to affect the caster, and the new target can attempt to resist or dodge the spell as if they were the original target. And then we've got, let's see here. Sable Soul. This one's color is pale, so we're assuming that it reaches beyond the veil somehow. It works with spirits or death or something like that. We read the description and it says, this spell must be cast at midnight. It turns my soul dark and vile. Demons and similar entities react to me as one of their own, plus 2 levels of connection to demons. Angels and similar entities see me as an enemy. Most animals and very young children react to me with fear. And it ends when the sun next rises. So basically, Sable Soul reaches beyond and turns you, and makes you, kind of hides you as if you were one of these creatures from the beyond. So you're getting the general vibe, right? Just by looking at the color of a spell, you can get a vibe for like what the spell is generally about. But also these colors matter, and we'll see a little bit more on that later because of the cards on the Sooth deck, right? Because not all cards, for example, this Raven card, this companion card doesn't have colors. This Devil is a Nemesis card, doesn't have it. But here we go. The Crowded Truth card here has 2 colors. Pale, one more bright, which is pale, oddly enough, the word, and then one sort of faded out, which is green. And so when one of these cards is in play, and by in play, it basically just means that the GM, for whatever reason, decided to draw another card and replace whichever one was on display on the little Testament of Suns of thingy. But while this card is in play, pale spells are empowered and green spells are depowered, basically. And then at some point another card will be pulled out and replaced. For example, this Incriminating Skull will come out. We see how the colors are gold and silver, gold being empowered, silver being depowered, etc., etc. So there's a constant ebb and flow of magic as spells from different colors of the magical spectrum rise up in prominence and go back down as the story flows back and forth. And this is an in-game effect, is kind of the point. It's not just a, how can I put this? It's not just a mechanical thing to keep things fresh. This is happening in the game world. It's like it is something has happened, and now the balance of magic has shifted, and your characters kind of instinctively feel and understand that. So it's an interesting approach there. Yeah, bonuses and enhancements. So we're gonna kind of skip over that. Ranges and targets again. Close, near, far, whatever. Again, mechanical stuff on how to cast things. Then there's the concept of depletion, which we'll get to that actually very shortly because I'm looking at the announcements and it is. Unfortunately, for any new arrivals, time to go to ads. It's just that time. It's top of the hour. We'll be gone for the ads for about 3 minutes. You know what it is. Once again, bear with. And I will be back within 3 minutes after these ads. And we're back post ads, and of course, just as I'm about to start, the cat once again, sweetheart. Why? Why are we just so into today? Yesterday, you were just kind of on your own for most of the stream. You slept. Today, however, it's been just constant hellos. Not that I'm complaining, because you're a sweet, sweet girl. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. But Dad is trying to do a show. That's right. That's right. Hello, viewers. You have tuned in for Dan Does Baby Talk at his cat, the show. Hey, speaking of the cat, look, it's in the overhead. It's sitting on my book. She is a precious baby girl, a darling little kitty who really just wants to be fed. Like, honestly, if I just simply paused right now and fed her, she would stop doing this. She would stop it. She would be like, "All right, thanks," and then she would sleep, and that would be the end of that. But she knows that she doesn't get fed for another hour, and she's just being a little bitey little monster, an annoying. Hey, sweetheart, I love you, but it's not your food time yet. It really isn't. It really, I know. You're like, but it could be my food time. It could be, but it isn't. Sweetheart, thank you. All right, let's get back to it. Hey, I was just talking about magical workings and sooth card play. And as we've seen here, I was talking about that, and that's actually well, no, the next part comes right after depletion. So let's talk about the concept of depletion in this game for spells. Either effects are over immediately, or they last until their magic depletes. Sometimes conditions, the rising or setting of the sun, for example, will end a spell. Other times, the amount of time is random. To determine if an ongoing spell depletes, roll a die. If the result on the die matches the depletion result, the spell ends. So if the depletion says 0, check each round. At the end of each round, roll a die. On a roll of 0, the spell comes to an end that round. So you can never quite exactly know how long a spell lasts, unless it's, either you do exactly know how long a spell lasts or you don't. Great, that clears it up, right? We can have some minimums and maximums at least. You can always end a spell that you cast whenever you wish it, and doing so takes no action. Further, the GM can end a PC spell anytime, but must award the PC 1 despair when this happens. So that's an interesting little add-on. Just it's easy to forget that also your magic at any time that the GM finds convenient for their purposes, they can just end one of your spells and you get rewarded. It's kind of like the government taking your property here in the States, your land, right? The government can technically just come in and take your land, and there's not a lot you can do about it. But they are technically by law supposed to compensate you fairly. It's a whole separate thing, but basically like that. You can cast a spell and it's supposed to last as long as it's supposed to last. But if the GM thinks it'll be funny, they can just kind of kill your spell at any moment, and they'll reward you with a despair, which technically you want them because you need. And I do kind of like, now, kind of stepping back a little, the whole joy and despair thing. It is interesting because you need both in order to actually get a crux, and you need cruxes to actually advance. So like, as a player, from a mechanical point of view, from a wanting to make my character more powerful point of view, you have a built-in motivation to want, in any game, you always have a built-in motivation to want good things to happen to your characters generally, right? You want them to succeed, you want them to move forward and to have great things. And sure, a lot of people, get into like the drama of this and that, but for the most part, it's success is rewarded. But in this game, you need that balance. You need to fail. You need to receive despair. You need to go through despair and through bad times as well, because that is part of what builds your character's story and what makes it interesting. And only in the combination of joy and despair is that moment of crux in which your character actually grows. Like I said, mechanically, it's interesting, right? Mechanically, it's it's a little bit more also just bookkeeping and remembering it's not just like give out XP when characters are funny kind of thing, you know, or did characters achieve a goal, cool, give XP. But because there is some of that, that's what the arcs are for. But you'll notice the arcs mainly pay in acumen, not in cruxes. For cruxes, you have to play. You know, you have to play, kind of. You know, you do have to get your character story going because it's going to be more of character story events rather than succeeding at actions or failing at actions and stuff that are going to give you those joys and despairs, and those are the way that your character is going to grow in certain aspects. So it's a really interesting approach. I honestly really like it the more I think about it. But also, again, you need the buy-in and you need to have a DM that's not necessarily going to be an absolute dick at you about that, right? Because otherwise I can just keep pointing at this rule like, no, the game says I can just keep inflicting despairs on you anytime I think your spells are being annoying, so ha 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 ha. Magical workings and Sooth card play. So that's, again, the thing we were talking about before the break. When a new Sooth card is put into play, it modifies magic based on the color of the sun and the effect. Most often, one sun's spells and effects are made easier to use, and another sun's are made more difficult, as I explained earlier. This applies only to effects created in the round of the card turns, unless the card is turned on the Invisble Sun, in which case it stays in effect until replaced by a new Sooth card. If an effect has no sun attached to it, the GM can make a judgment call, or perhaps more often assume that no sun is involved. Magical Flux. Anytime magic die is cast, whether it is used as part of a magical working, gained as a result of an enhancement magic, or added to the die of any task at all via sortilege, there's a chance of magical flux. That occurs when the extra die, the magic die, comes up a 0. When this happens, a magical flux occurs, even if the overall action is successful. So when they talk about the extra die, let me actually get the die here that the game brought. So the game really only brought 4 die. Because honestly, this is the most that any roll will probably ever have. By default, when rolling, you're just rolling a single one of these sort of dark red. Probably on this camera, they probably look just black. They're very dark red die. And that's it. That's this, and then you add your bonuses, your venture, etc., etc. But that's your basic roll. That's it. But if you are casting a spell, for example, let's go ahead and try that. This one, Serpents of Dark Binding, a silver-colored spell that conjures a dozen serpents of pure darkness that entwine around a physical being about my size. The serpents bind the being fast, making movement or physical actions impossible. If the snakes suffer 6 points of damage, the trapped being is free. So, cool. All right, solid. Little spell, but see at the top it says level 6 +1 die. With the +1 die, that +1 die is not one of these other fellow dark red dice. I think this one is almost a little bit more visible. You can see the red in this. Again, don't know if that's coming through on camera, but this one's a little bit more red. They're also like slightly very slightly translucent. Anyway, I'm going to use that one as the main one. This extra die that comes from a spell, or if I spent a point of sortilege to empower my action with magic, is not one of these other regular die. It actually is this one, which is kind of like a mirror image, a completely black die with sort of dark green numbering and lettering on it to set it apart. So there's a visual separation from that, and makes it that this die is different, because not only does it have the effect that, you know, whichever one of these 2 die, for example here, I just rolled a 0 and a 5, but the 0 is not on the magic die, the 0 was on the regular die. So this magical flux effect doesn't happen then. It's only if I had rolled the opposite, if I rolled the 0 here on the magical die and the 5 on the other, then at that point, yes, magical. Oh, so I can't find the 5. God damn it. Wait, oh, there we go. I was going to say, wait a minute, this thing does not have a 5. No, I'm just dumb. All right, there we go. So if I had rolled that and the 0 is on the magic die, then that's when magical flux happens. It's still probably a success because, depending on, once you add in venture or whatever, this die roll is almost certainly going to be a success. But flux. So, what is Flux? Well, the GM determines the Flux effect and immediately turns a new Soothe card. Significantly detrimental Flux is sometimes accompanied by 1 Despair for the person affected. Magical Flux is that is a result of a wayward discharge of magical energy or disruption in the magical field. The GM can also introduce a Flux effect as a GM shift anytime a Visle uses a magical practice, whether dice are rolled or not. In this case, 1 Despair is always given to the Visle. So again, same thing. Like the GM is constantly being encouraged to just like, I mean, I think that's almost okay. I'm giving it a little bit of thought now, and I'm thinking that is almost a cat. Cat, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why do you have the crazies? What mighty beast do you hunt? No? All right, never mind. She just came barreling into the room. So, where was I? Ah, right. There, your players are going to, instinctively aim for joys, I think, right? And so it's gonna be a little bit harder to. Not every player, I think, is going to be looking for opportunities to inflict despair on their own characters, right? Just kind of human nature, you're going to be mostly getting joy. So you would think like, oh, well, in that case, it's going to be kind of hard. Like, and sure, there's a level of motivation in order to advance that the player has to do both. But let's be real. If we just leave it only, if this makes it so only way to earn joys and despairs is through player actions directly, then there's going to be an imbalance between joys and despairs, right? So I kind of feel like giving the GM so many opportunities to inflict despairs with, relatively little, stopping them. It's just like, no, I can at any point like fuck over your magical practice because it's magic. It is. Sometimes, magic will go weird. But I'm going to, quote unquote, reward you by giving you a despair because, unexpected stuff happened to you. And so being able to kind of hand out despair in that way, I think, is meant to be a balancing force to the player's, instinct to, I want good things to happen to my little character guy dude, so at least that's how it feels to me. I'm not in Monty Cook's head, but I feel like that's probably what it is. Let's see here. The GM should associate the flux intensity, minor, major, or grand, with the appropriate number of dice that are or would be rolled. For example, if a character casts a level 5 spell on themselves, they roll no die. Presumably, they want to be affected by the spell. However, if they did roll for a level 5 spell, it would be 1 magic die. Thus, the flux should be minor. If the spell was level 8, the flux could be major. Flux that does not come through a GM shift occurs only when the dice are rolled. Anytime a die roll is unnecessary or avoided, there is no flux, representing that the Visle has more control in that situation. Then we've got the flux charts, the minor flux chart, major flux chart, or grand flux charts. Let's do our usual thing where we just, rather than reading the entire chart, we randomly pick 3 times. Sadly, these are not randomly, there's no numbers next to them, so you can't really roll for one. You kind of just have to pick one, which I feel like that's a missed opportunity. But let me then just close my eyes and point randomly at one on the minor flux chart and see what we get. Looks like minor flux chosen was your face and extremities become pocked with an itchy rash for the next few hours. Delightful. Fun. Let's get another random one. All your clothes lose their color temporarily. Alright, that's kind of fun. Let's see, and one last one. There's some up here, so let me kind of aim for up here. Nope, it fell outside. Let's try again. Books nearby flutter and flap away from you for several minutes, like dusty paper pigeons. Okay, I kind of like that one. Dusty paper pigeons. All right, major flux chart. Let's break 3 examples of major flux. Dan waves his hand over the book and goes down on You gain a strange magical scar. Cool. There's a story behind that. That'll get you a drink or two at the bar, I think. Let's pick another one. And the very last one here. You emit red light when you tell a lie for the next week. Oh, that's kind of fun. Would be brutal for certain players. And one third and final one for the major fluxus. Nearby creatures start to speak with human voices. I love that it's not like that you hear them. It's just like, no, this is just, that's what happens now. Things around you, any nearby creatures at that moment when the thing happened now speak with human voices. The goat, he screams. He screams like a man. And then let's get 3 samples from the grand flux chart, a much smaller chart because, you know, this shouldn't happen that often, but let's see. So 1, you die. Actually, this one fell on 2. We'll only count it as 1 because the options that my finger fell on were you die or someone close to you dies. I see why you don't want that many grunt flux, and maybe why you don't want it randomly. You should just choose what makes sense, because when one of the options is you die, let's choose another one. Let's see here. Oh dear, this one's like a whole paragraph. Your skin glows like an incandescent bulb permanently. You're difficult to look at, and unless you're clothed head to toe in dark garments, you are visible at a great distance. Permanently. I mean, you'd probably have to like go to a changery to get that looked at. And let's see, the last one. So the grand fluxes are clearly like intense. Okay, last one. Magical effects do not function in a very large area for months to come. Holy shit. Wow, yeah. Imagine like you cast that in your neighborhood and magical flux happened, and now your entire neighborhood, magical effects don't work in it for months. Remember those neighbors and connections that we established before during character generation? I don't think they're going to be very happy. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, so yeah, you want to be careful with the grand spells, with spells that would generate a level of flux, because it's a 1 in 10 chance. It's a 1 in 10 chance. It's not that unlikely. Fun though. Fun. All right. Creating new magical practices. Sometimes Visley create new spells or other practices. For advances, in fact, it's a requirement to advance to the higher degrees. The creation character arc is appropriate to this endeavor. At minimum, the Visley must spend 2 weeks of study and experimentation per level of the practice, 1 week for a minor magical practice. Each week of such experimentation requires 10 crystal orbs worth of special materials. Once research is complete, the Visley must attempt an intellect-based action with the level of the new practice as the challenge. Should this fail, the Visley must spend another research period equal to the amount of time spent originally, and the challenge is 1 level higher. Upon success, the Visley must spend acumen equal to the level of the practice, just as if they had studied an existing practice. After a Visley has created 5 new magical practices, it becomes easier. Only 1 week of study and experimentation per level is then required. So you're meant to do this so often that you actually get better at it, because again, this is a game about magical dudes doing magic and being magical. And being magic-obsessed weird little dudes who are obsessed with magic and do magic all the time in order to get more magic because of magic. Magic, 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 magic. Is Invisble Sun a good game yet? Do we know if Invisble Sun is a good game yet? Magic. Illusion. All right, let's see here. Special adjudication suggestions for magic. In general, when adjudicating spells, use the intent, not the letter, of the law. Magic is about making ideas reality, not adhering to strict rules. Cat, what are you doing? Are you going to throw my advanced spells to the floor? Don't throw my advanced spells on the floor. There we go. Thank you. I appreciate that you didn't throw my advanced spells onto the floor. You can sit there. That's fine. That's fine. She's giving her back to me. Look at that. Look at that. That is just. It probably just looks like a black outline against black. I don't think you can probably tell much there. But she is just giving me her back, ignoring me, because I've been very rude and not feeding her. Sweetheart, in about just a little over 30 minutes, you will be fed. You are. Look at the size of you. Trust me, you are in fact not hungry. You just know what time it is, and you're annoying. I love you. All right. Let's see here. So one thing I'm noticing, and you might notice this here too, is that even though there are a lot of rules, the first thing it tells you is like, go with the intent. Whenever you have to make a judgment call on whether a spell would or wouldn't work, don't go only like, well, the wording of the spell implies X. Is the spirit of the spell Y? Then go with the spirit of the spell, because the spell has a certain intention, and it's more about the intention of the magic and the effect than the specific wording. So, like for example, if you cast some kind of a magical bolt at some straw, and your intention is for the straw to catch a light, I would say that unless the spell wording very specifically, right, says like this is non-elemental damage, or like, or that it is like a type of damage, like as cold damage, poison damage, whatever. But if it's just kind of like magic damage, energy damage, then like, even if it doesn't specifically say that it would set things alight, I would say like, yeah, your intention here is that. So I would probably let that slide. But then again, if it was like an ice bolt kind of spell, then it's like, no, I'm sorry. I know your intention is to set it on fire, but the intention of the magic itself kind of also matters, right? But still, it's something to keep in mind in the way that this game wants you to think about magical spells. The fact that the very first sentence is like, go with the spirit of the law, not the letter of the law, when it comes to magic, is telling. In a good way, I think. Although most spells, rituals, and so forth are straightforward enough that they are self-explanatory or open-ended enough that they can be interpreted as you see fit, a few areas might need a bit of additional discussion. And they do have a little bit of stuff in like effects that require touch. What does it mean to touch a target? And like, do you have to have a roll to whatever? That the other side of the magical barrier, the spell probably won't work. Affecting a large number of targets. So again, some general rules on that. What do the caster and the target know? Most of the time, adjudication of magic is easy. If a character casts Red Presence, the effects are obvious to the caster and anyone affected by the spell. But what about subtler magic? Generally, a character who affects a target knows if they are successful. The target, however, does not automatically know who created the effect. They only know through the obvious results. If you cast Exquisite Pain, you know if the target is affected, but if you were subtle with your touch, they might not know that the effect came from you. If they successfully resist the spell, they probably know that something just happened, but they don't know precisely what spell you cast, or again, if you were subtle, that you cast a spell at all, etc., etc. So some clear clarification stuff as well, beyond just the follow the spirit of the magic. Interestingly, there's a lot more detail on divination and information gathering magic in this game, and I think it's telling to the nature of the game. Right, that this is a game again about magical dudes that do magic and are into magic and research magic and find magic. So a big part of this game is going to be, the magical usage is going to be divination, information gathering. Your characters are researching stuff or finding out stuff. They're going to use magic for that. And that's why we're seeing like a bigger section, like almost 2 pages of notes on divination and information gathering magic, whereas we're not really seeing a lot of notes about like edge cases in combat or stuff like that, right? So that's an interesting thing to note in the way, where this game chooses to spend its time clarifying and explaining things. In fact, let's read a little bit about the divination information gathering magic section. In a game about secrets, It's a special moment when a player gets to ask the GM a question about something their character shouldn't normally know and receives an answer. Thus, magic that provides information has some special rules governing it. Effects that provide answers typically allow you to ask a question and get an answer. Sometimes this is open-ended, such as with apperception. Other times, the question is more directed, as with Hunt the Lost. A keen eye will notice that these effects show up all over at various levels, usually no lower than level 5, but not always. This is important because each time an effect like this is used, the GM must determine a level for the answer, and a spell or other effect can't divine an answer that is of higher level than the spell. This makes a level 9 divination far more potent than a level 5 divination, which should obviously be the case. Just like with most effects, a roll is needed to determine the success of the divination, but unlike in most cases, the level of the effect is not added to the venture. Since the level of the effect has already opened the door for the possibility of asking the question, you can't count it again to determine the success of your undertaking. If the information directly involves an NPC or something else that already has a level, determining the challenge is easy. You just use the level. This means it's harder to use magic to learn information about a level 7 NPC than a level 4 NPC, which again should obviously be the case. This too can be modified by circumstances, usually by 1 or 2 levels in either direction. For example, the deepest secret of a level 5 NPC might be level 7. The name of the order they belong to might only be level 3 if they wear its symbol prominently. If the divination has no NPC object or other level target, use the following guidelines. And there's a set of guidelines, I'll check them out in a moment. But this is interesting, right? The fact that, again, when you cast a spell, like let's look again at that Serpents of Dark Binding spell, right? It is a level 6 spell. And let's say we are using it against a level 5 target. Actually, no, let's say we're using it against a level 8 target. Right? So a level 8 target means that we need an 8 or higher on one of our die, and we do get to roll 2 die. We have the regular die and the magic die because this is a spell. But we need to hit an 8 or higher on one of these die for the spell to succeed. But with a normal spell, the more powerful the spell, that gets added to your venture. So whatever we roll, we're adding 6 to it because it's a level 6 spell. And then you might add more if you add in, Bene or Sortilege or whatever, or if you have some other effect or circumstance bonus, might add to your venture. But by default, we're already rolling at a +6 on this spell because it's a more powerful spell. So even against a level 8 target, it's fairly likely to succeed, right? So for example, let's roll that right now with these 2 dice. We rolled 5s on 2 double 5s, and a 5 plus 6 is an 11, which means it affected our level 8 target. Now, that gets turned on its head with divination. If you have a level 9 secret that you need to find out, you don't even stand a chance with anything less than a level 9 divination, right? You need a level 9 divination spell to find out information that is classified as level 9. But under the classic rules, that would be basically an auto win. Because then it means like, oh, and my divination spell is level 9. So when even though my challenge is 9, well, I'm just adding 9 to 9. I've rolled double 1s right now, and still technically +9 because the level of the spell, that would have been a 10, then it still would have succeeded, right? So it doesn't make that much sense. Sure, the divination spells more powerful should give you the ability to find more powerful secrets, and they do. But these big secrets remain big secrets for a reason. It's still not that easy. You need the super powerful spell, but then you're right back at 0 when you roll. So unless I've got other stuff that I can do, more dice that I can add, or circumstance bonuses, right? An entire quest, entire arc could be finding the various objects and things and add-ons and resonant experiences and finding the right place and the right time to cast the divination and all this stuff. Each one of those things might add to my venture. So those things might, give me a better chance. But by default, I'm just rolling 2 dice and hoping that one of them is over 9. Right now I got a 4 and a 2, so oh well, right? So I like that. I do like that. It's something to keep in mind. But also, again, going back to it, the fact that they made a point of putting that much extra detail on the divination, because this is the kind of thing that's important. Like, this is a game about secrets. It's a game about magic. It's also a game about secrets. Or at least it really wants to be. And I think it is. It's just, if nothing else, because there is so much lore and so much detail on this game, and because so much of the stuff, the incantations, the objects of power, the spells, the fact that all this stuff is in discrete cards means that it is possible for the game runner, for the GM, to physically gatekeep certain parts of the game and the campaign and keep them secret. I could, for example, if I wanted to, go through the entire spell deck and only make available to my players a specific subset of spells. And these are the ones that they start with, the stuff they start knowing. They cannot go through the deck. They cannot see what else there is. Same thing, they can't browse through. There's no book that they can browse through to get a listing of all the magic items, all the objects of power, all the different incantations. They are these discrete things that can be gatekept from the players, can be hidden away. And look, gatekeeping is normally a negative thing, but the Triangle Agency kind of turned me around a little on that. Like, there is something to be said for gatekeeping certain parts of the game until you get to them. Like, I am increasingly enamored by that idea of what Triangle Agency has done. The whole play to play concept is keeps growing on me, and I kind of find it being applied in certain other interesting places, like, for example, Invisble Sun, right? It's not the exact same concept, not at all. But there is an aspect to that. It is possible to keep so much of this secret and hidden away, and then be able to kind of hand it out as new discoveries. So when a player, discovers a new object and they are given the card for that object, they don't get to look through all of these. It's just like, here's this mysterious thing that comes out from under the table, and here you go. It's a discovery. It's a thing. And again, there's also that little sort of tactile aspect to it. Everybody loves being handed a little thing. Who doesn't love getting handed a little thing? There's also, again, all the little blocks, the keys, etc., etc. It's why for my D&D games, now that I have the 3D printer, I print out the minis. This one's less mini. This was more biggie because it's a big old monster. But look at this guy. Look at this. Again, sexy Illithid. I'm just going to show him off on camera again because he's so sexy, so squiddy. Anyway. The players like to have things, and this game kind of knows that. This game is big on the physical aspects, big on the handouts, and it's part of what got me. I'm gonna be honest. This game can be summed up as a set of shiny, jangly keys that were shined and jangled in front of me, and I went, ooh, give me all the things, like. Before the Kickstarter for Invisble Sun, I'd seen a few Kickstarters for tabletop RPGs, and there were usually some bonuses, some extra things here and there, right? But I think Invisble Sun was the first one that I saw that just gave you that whole that spread. And on the Kickstarter page itself, it had that sort of picture of the black cube and the giant resin hand and all the decks of cards and all the things and all the multiple books and all the envelopes and sealed envelopes and secret things. Like, there was this sort of shock and awe display that was put on by Invisble Sun that I was like, sure, this is not a cheap game, but look at all this stuff. Look at these books. Look at this pile of tokens. Look at these metal keys. Look at these cards. Oh, look at these big square cards. Look at these cloth maps. Look at this big giant hand that years later Dan is going to keep referring to on his stream as a sex toy. All this stuff. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. Anyway, going back to the divination and information gathering magic thing. So we've got some examples of the types of information. So for example, a level 0 information is very commonly known information, like what's 25 plus 19, or is the war over? Meanwhile, level 3 is more like commonly known information. Information that could be found by walking around in public spaces or consulting a library. For examples, who is the gerent of the Burnham neighborhood? Or where's the Twice Told Tales bookshop? You know, stuff that you can just look up real quick. Level 5, barely known information. Only a handful of people, if that, know this information, although no one's really trying to keep it secret. For example, where is the nearest thaw agent right now? Where did I lose the key to my house? Who accidentally left the gate open? Who accidentally let the gate open? Level 7 is secret information. And not many people know this, and those who do are trying to keep it secret. For example, what's the password to get into the secret meeting hall of the Vespertine on Beston Street? Where does the Carver Street gang stash their loot? Who broke the vase at last night's party? Level 8 information is very secret information. Only a handful of people know this, and they're sworn to secrecy. For example, what's the combination of the safe in the Temple of the Half-God? Or what's Dark-Eyed Manfred's real name? A level 9 secret is secret personal information. Only one person knows this, and they are trying very hard to keep it secret. For example, who killed Huth Stravs? Or where did Mita hide the Maidstone? Sorry, the Madstone, not the Maidstone. Although Maidstone is probably an anime out there somewhere. Level 10 secrets are lost information. No one knows this information. It's not in any book anywhere. Example, where was the house of the ancient sorcerer Aduminit located? Level 11 plus is lost and guarded information. Not only does no one know this, but the secret is hidden by powerful forces in the actuality. Example, are any of the Arabast still alive? Where do the Thaw come from? So, like campaign level secrets at that point. At least you have a guide, you have a reference point on how to gauge how difficult a specific piece of information is to get with the various divination type spells. Like, it's not a bad system, honestly. It's the kind of system, like, it's not going to be a simple, drop-in replacement for other games. You need to kind of like figure out your own way of adapting a similar system for whatever your game's mechanics might be for divination or research or whatever. But it's not a bad, simple guideline. I mean, it's pretty basic. It's just like, hey, assign a difficulty level to how hard that thing is to do. I think that the smartest thing about this is that specific thing where, like, normally more powerful spells add to the ability of the spell to kind of go off in effect. With divination, the more powerful the spell, the bigger the kind of secret that you can get. But because the level of the divination spell doesn't get added to the roll, the highest level of secrets are still very difficult to get. It's just that, yeah, they're so difficult that they require that super high level of magic, and even then it's far from guaranteed, which really sort of ups the the rarity, of this information. And it does sort of emphasize how important and how difficult it can be to get these secrets. That's why you can't just like, okay, I've got the most powerful divination spell now, I can now find out anything I want. Well, in theory, you have a shot at it now, but, right? And so that gets kind of detailed there. Let's see. Realms of the mind, sleep, and the noosphere, and the world of spirits. Although this topic is discussed more fully in the Precepts chapter of the Path, it is worth noting here that there are many realms or states beyond the material world. The noosphere is a network created by the existence of all thinking minds. The deeps of sleep are a joint realm of unconscious minds, and spirits breathe the aether and use it as a conduit to sustain them and move through the material world without a material form. In a way, these are all the same thing. The aether is the residuum of memory and thought, which is the foundation of the noosphere. And if those things work together to build a house of memory and spirit, the deeps of sleep might be thought to be that house's basement. Sorry, the display scared me for a second there. I thought I had lost connection, but no, we're still good. Spells and effects that interface with any of these concepts can occasionally, quote-unquote, cross over. Sometimes someone who can travel using an astral form can use it to access the noosphere. So all these realms are related, some good guidance. There's some guidance here on influencing and controlling minds. Now, you all know how I feel about that normally, but in this game specifically, I'm not sort of letting it pass. I'm just saying, like, here's the mechanics for how that gets handled in this game. Many magical practices allow you to manipulate or control the actions of another creature. Although the challenge for these effects is always the target's level, the desired action should also modify the challenge. Getting someone to kill their own child is far harder than compelling them to sing a song or do a dance. The GM should modify the challenge by up to 3 steps in either direction if the circumstances warrant it. For example, a -3 would be applied if this is something that they were going to do anyway. While something that they'd never do is a +1, something that would certainly end in their death or the death of a loved one would be a +3. So there's just some simple general guidance on, hey, mind control is mind control, but it's not 100% absolutes. Like you can, it still like leaves it up in the air. You can, in theory, still force someone to, say, kill their own child, which, from a plot standpoint, right, makes for great villainy, but it is harder, right? It is just certain things are gonna be harder. Makes sense. Notes on mental damage, notes on illusion, notes on psychokinesis, levels of different effects. Okay, so this is one of those. A table is. Actually, yeah, there we go. So when using powers that allow extemporaneous creation of magical abilities. I gotta get going. No worries. Always take your time. Have a good night, rather, Bathan. Take care. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Have a good one. Let's see here. When using powers to allow extemporaneous creation of magical abilities, the Weaver does temporarily, or Maker does when they create an item. The effects by level table will come in handy. It shows in very broad strokes the appropriate level for a desired effect. You'll find that general spells, for example, cling fairly closely to this table, although they are a bit on the side of being more powerful than the level might suggest. This is because when using the table for, say, Makers or Weavers, you're reinforcing the flexibility of those orders, as opposed to, say, an Apostate or Goectic with a limited number of spells. And flexibility is its own sort of power. So a rigid spell might be slightly lower in level when producing the same effect that a Weaver produces with a very flexible weaving. GMs will also find this table useful for NPCs, as it indicates the general range of appropriate powers a magic-wielding character might possess. For example, if an NPC is a level 5 spellcaster of some kind, rather than detail all of the NPC's powers and spells ahead of time, the GM can simply allow them to use any effect of level 5 or lower on the table, or a subset of those abilities is appropriate to the NPC. And then the next page was made me actually stop and go back. First part, looking more closely at the effects by level table. This table is one of the cornerstones of the game, so it's worth an in-depth look and a bit of understanding. First of all, the table goes all the way to 17, even though most of the time we only talk about levels 1 to 10. The effects at the top end are godlike, but probably not as comprehensively covered as at lower levels. They're here to give context. A demon wielding level 12 powers is something to be truly feared, and the table shows why. You'll find there's a power curve in this table. That is to say, there's less of a jump in power between levels 1 and 2, and between levels 2 and 3, than between levels 9 and 10. This is for two reasons. First, if the table goes to 17, and that level represents godlike beings, it wouldn't work to split all the other effects into 17 equal-sized slices. Second, when dealing with really powerful effects, really powerful beings, and so on, the difference between 11 points of damage and 12 points of damage is smaller than the difference between 1 point of damage and 2. Last, since this table provides the basis for everyone's effects, it doesn't unbalance anything. There's an additional issue to keep in mind. A lower level effect is less powerful than a high level one, even if they do the same thing. A level 1 ability that stuns a creature is far less potent than a level 5 ability that stuns a creature, because of the difference in bonus each offers to the action's venture. So, in certain circumstances, a GM might allow an effect to be a level lower than what is stated, particularly if it is an offensive one. But this should be the exception, not the rule. Finally, these effects are all fairly boring. Far too boring to use as is. They are just the foundation of effects. Destroy an object up to 1 pound is dull. Shape a hammer from the bones of a long-dead warrior that you can wield to bash small objects is interesting. Use this table as a framework, but when designing new effects, whether as a player or the GM, let your creativity run wild within the surreality of the setting. That's a little good one to keep in mind, and a little bit of good advice. I do kind of wish that we got even more examples, because that one that they give is actually a really good one, where it's like the core effect, right? Destroy an object of up to 1 pound. It's right, it's very boring. It's a very basic effect. And here, instead of saying, and my first instinct when they say to kind of like glam it up, it's like, oh, okay, well, rather it's not just destroy, it's like, oh, you summon a glowing purple light that consumes the object, give it some flavor. But like that one that they say there, it's literally shape a hammer from the bones of a long dead warrior that you can wield to bash small objects. Like that's got flavor, right? That's like, it's still the same effect. It destroys small objects less than 1 pound, but the fact that it is, you basically shape a hammer out of the bones of a long dead warrior to do it, like, yeah. So I would have loved to seen even more examples of that sort of thing for the effects. To be fair, the effects by level table is several pages long. It's a full 3 pages long. So they wouldn't have been able to add that for all of them, because it would have been absolutely insane. But hey, I do wish we had more examples. I do. Because when they do bring them up, they're fun. I mean, I guess we have a lot of examples in the spells themselves, right? For example, the Serpents of Dark Binding here, which we'd looked at a few times, right? It just basically is, at the end of the day, just keeps a target, a level 6 or smaller target done. Depletion is 0, so every round you just check and see if it's still working. I rolled a 0 the one time, and so that means that round that spell would have stopped working. But also because it's level 6, so it takes 6 points of damage. You give it a little bit more flavor, because it's not just hold person. And so, well, there we go. This person, the base effect, right? Like let's look. If I go to level 6. Invisibility, control creature's mind for rounds, move, destroy object, telepathy, inflict damage. +1 die, create a summon, create a full sensory illusion, create 2 successes to affect a target. That's a significant action. I guess control creature's mind for rounds would count as this. Basically, it's a physical immobility, but it would be the same effect as controlling somebody's mind so they do not move. So again, that translation is like, oh, control someone's mind. Well, what I want to do is keep them from moving. Okay, well, let's do, you can do, that level 6 effect, can do that. And here's how to, it's like, oh, I summon these snakes that wrap around it, and certain things come from that logically. It's an interesting approach. It's a good one, I think. I just would have liked even more examples of how that works. So let's at least, for example, let's again do the thing. We'll do one from, actually maybe two from each level. For level 1, there's only a few examples. For example, inflict 1 damage, move up to 1 pound, harm an object up to 1 pound, create a visual illusion the size of a handheld object. Level 2 is move up to 5 pounds or move to 1 pound ongoing, inflict 2 damage, destroy an item for like that hammer that we just saw, create a temporary minor item, stuff like that. Level 3, the list starts expanding now. You can cause a creature to flee, change a creature's emotional state, move up to 5 pounds, grant a point of armor, telepathy by touch, deafen a creature, cause a creature to lose its next turn, inflict 3 damage, create a temporary item that can be held in one hand like a weapon, create a visual illusion the size of a small area. So, now we see the levels rising. At level 4, control the creature's mind for 1 round. Levitation, move up to 125 pounds. Telepathy at close range, inflict 4 damage. +2 on a significant action. Create a permanent item that can be held in one hand. Create a visual illusion the size of a medium area. At level 5, we go even higher as we divine the answer to one question. So here we go for one of those first divination spells at level 5. Move 1 mile, grant 2 points of armor, inflict 5 damage, heal 1 wound, cause 1 wound. Then we go to level 6, invisibility. Control the creature's mind for rounds. Move up to 1,000 pounds. Move 50 miles. Telepathy at limitless range. Inflict 6 damage. Create a temporary item or structure no larger than a medium area. So you could hello cat, hi. Hi, it's almost time for you to be fed. Almost time. So close, sweetheart. So close. We're going to ad break in just a few more minutes. Please, baby girl. Bear with us. Bear with us. Let's see. Level 7. Move up to 8 tons. Inflict 7 damage. Create a full sensory illusion the size of a very large area. Significantly alter a medium area. These levels, again, we're getting very powerful. This is level 7. Level 8. Move up to 40 tons. Inflict 8 damage. Control the weather. +2 dice on a significant action once. Create or summon a level 5 creature for rounds or a level 4 creature for hours. Restore all your pools. Heal all your wounds. Level 9, we're getting close to the limits of what a mortal can do. Teleport anywhere in this or any universe. Grant 4 points of armor. Inflict 5 damage to a medium area. Significantly alter a very large area. Create a permanent item or structure no larger than a very large area. Like permanent kingdom shaping levels of magic. And then at level 10s, the limits of what a mortal would be able to do as magic. Open an ongoing portal to any location in this or any universe. Enslave a creature's mind permanently. Stop time for rounds. Create or summon a level 7 creature. Inflict 6 damage on a medium area. Significantly alter an area stretching for miles. And then we start to intrude upon the realm of the gods. At 11, you can inflict 14 damage, create or summon level 8 creatures, etc., etc. So there's not a lot more detail. It's just like these are just the levels of damage and the level of creatures that can be done by these things. Level 12, grant 6 points of armor, inflict 16 damage, create or summon level 9 creatures for rounds, or level 8 creatures for hours, +3 dice on significant action, travel through time a significant amount, years. Level 13, enslave the minds of a large number of people permanently. Inflict 20 damage. Create or summon a level 10 creature for rounds. At level 14, gain 8 points of armor. Inflict 10 damage on a medium area. Create a structure the size of a small town permanently. Level 15, 9 points of damage. It's 9 points of armor, 30 points of damage, plus 4 dice on an action. Create or summon any creature up to level 10 and control its actions permanently. At level 16, it's just numbers at this point. You grant 10 points of armor, you inflict 35 damage, or 18 to a small area, or 14 to a medium area. And finally, at level 7, enslave the minds of thousands of people permanently. Grant 12 points of armor. Move an entire mountain or its equivalent once. Create a permanent structure the size of a huge city. Inflict 40 damage. It's just giant. Like, again, you're reshaping the like a level 17 spell could create Saturn itself or raise Saturn to the ground. Like, that's the level of magic that it's going for. It's like levels of magic that your players will never probably see, or they'll certainly never be able to perform themselves. They will instead have to do what the next chapter shows, which is just minor magic. But if there's one thing that I've noticed from the level 17 is that you can enslave the minds of thousands of people permanently, which leads me to a perfect segue to the fact that we have arrived at the very last ad break of today's show. So let's just let the mind control waves flow over us for 3 minutes, and we will, of course, as always, be right back. And we're back as the ad zone should hopefully be over. We're back to the final hour of today's stream. As always, folks, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Truly appreciate the company as I slowly lose my mind going over these tables and books. And hey, minor magic. Minor magic. So after having gazed upon the magical capabilities of the gods themselves, now we take a step back and the game starts talking to us about minor magic. Minor magic is a catch-all term for what might be thought of as spells of very low power. Cantrips, charms, signs, and hexes are all minor magic. Cantrips are general effects little more than helpful tricks or prestidigitation. Charms are positive effects that cover generally mundane circumstances. Signs are protective. Hexes are offensive, but mostly in terms of being bothersome, rather than truly dangerous. All minor magic is considered level 0 in terms of adventure, if needed. The cost to learn any bit of minor magic is always 1 acumen. A Visle cannot fail to learn a minor magical effect, and it takes only 1 day. Even non-Visle sometimes know a few of these minor practices. It's not uncommon for a shop owner to clean up using magic, a herder to tend a flock using magic, or a stage performer to enhance their act with real magic. Minor magical practices are ill-defined because their power is so slight. In general, they last as long as seems appropriate, but rarely linger after the sun has next risen or set. If need be, a color can be assigned to a minor magical effect using the guidelines in the Magical Practices chapter, but most of the time this distinction won't matter. So this is kind of the again, I'm just seeing like lots of little parallels on what I'm trying to do with the world, with Last Library, with Seeker's Call, and Hometown Magic, reflected in this game. And I don't think a lot of this influence was purposeful, but now as I'm rereading some stuff, I'm seeing like where definitely, again, Invisble Sun weirdly influenced me, because the core concept of gifts in my game in Seeker's Call is cantrips in this game. Like, this is the kind of level of effect that I would want to see, and maybe charms and signs a little. But here's like, we're gonna read through a bunch of little cantrip effects, and you'll see what I mean. Cantrips are always temporary and usually undefined. They cost nothing to use, although they require an action to activate. For example, assistance. You add +1 to someone's ongoing mundane action like digging a well or transcribing a book. Cold touch. You produce a handful of ice. Conjure sweet. A piece of candy or a small pastry appears in your hand. Crimson eyes. Turns your eyes red. Display ephemera. You can possess and display up to 10 ephemera objects from now until sunset if you intend to sell them, not to use them. That display ephemera cantrip specifically was put in the game to answer the question of like, wait, so how do shopkeepers sell ephemera objects if technically you can only have like a maximum of 3 on you before they start shorting out? And it's like, oh, there's a specific cantrip that so long as you're just displaying them for sale, they don't interfere with one another, which is kind of silly, but I love that it's there. Dream gift. You grant a close sleeping person a pleasant aspect to their dream. Facilitate. You speed someone's ongoing mundane action like building a brick wall or filing papers and make it go 50% faster. That one alone, you could base an entire society around facilitate cantrip. Finger flame. A small flame appears on the end of your finger for a moment to light a candle or a cigarette. Gaze of the void. Turn a touched person's eyes black. Hang. You make an object less than 1 pound float in the air for a very long time. Husbandry. An animal shrugs off disease and prospers for the next week or so, even without food or water. Mellophilia. You fill the surrounding area with lovely music. Mystic umbrella. The rain is kept off of you. Pleasant odors. Bad odors are removed in a small area and replaced with something more pleasant. Quick change. Your current outfit is exchanged with another that you have in a bag or on your person. Quiet crowd. You and another person can hear each other, even in a loud crowd. Pay your due. Using the noosphere, you pay someone from your account to theirs, assuming both parties have access to such. You can also transfer physical orb currency into your noosphere account. So literally a cantrip to let you access your bank account. Presentable figure. The clothes you're wearing are freshened, as dirt and stains are removed from them as well as you. Preservation. Something that would normally decay fairly quickly, such as fruit, meat, or a corpse, doesn't until the sun next sets. Rapid read. You read an entire book simply by touching it for a minute. I'd also build an entire society around that one. Reverie. You cause a person you touch to remember a very happy memory. Savory enhancement. A meal is nicely seasoned. Serenade. A musical instrument near you plays a song by itself. Sorcerous maintenance. A small tear is mended, a rough edge smoothed, a scratch removed. Sugary enhancement. Food is sweetened and even lightly decorated with sugar, icing, or nonpareils. Sweet slumber. You cause a person to sleep peacefully even in loud or uncomfortable situations. Or rather, conditions, sorry. Telegnosis. Using the noosphere, you learn the exact time and the likely weather of the coming day or night. See, this is like the stuff, a lot of stuff that would be like, oh, that's, you would do that with like a smartphone nowadays, kind of. Tidiness. A small room cleans itself up. Oh, I would pay any amount of money for that one. Tied with a bow. A string or a rope ties itself into a bow knot. Verdancy. Plants in a small area shrug off disease and grow well for the next week or so, even without food or water. Verify. You determine whether a check has sufficient backing to be worth what it claims to be worth. Again, the check bank account cantrip. But on the other direction. Warm the chill. Your hand glows with pleasant warmth for you or another. So again, these are the basic, like this level of magic is what I envisioned as your gift in my games. Like just these simple little gifts of magic. Nothing crazy, nothing powerful, nothing world-changing, but everybody has one, and they are generally pleasant, and they are generally helpful, or at least non-offensive, and because they are these little gifts of these little touches of magic that everyone has, because again, at least in my world specifically, and that is definitely a departure from how it's handled in Invisble Sun, right? Invisble Sun, magic is wonderful, and magic is terrible, and magic is terrifying, and magic is awe-inspiring, and magic is all things, good and bad. In my world, magic is at its core a positive force. At its core, it in a very real sense, it loves you. Right? It loves people. It loves the people, and it is part of them, and it gives them, and it writes its name on their hearts, and in that name there is a gift, right? And that's why it's always it's called the gift. There are no negative gifts that make your life harder. You might have a gift that lets you breathe underwater for a few minutes. Having that gift does not make it impossible for you to breathe air, for example. They don't come with downsides, but they're also very minor, focused on helping, that sort of thing. And so this is very much the vibe that I wanted to. And honestly, I'm going to need to reread this a few times, I think, to kind of like burn a few of them into my brain and then let them cook so that I can hopefully come up with a few more examples, because I do actually want to go back. I think, I don't know if this Friday, but I kind of want to redo Hometown Magic with sort of revamped connection mechanics, because I think the two main things that I never liked about Hometown Magic, that I was unsatisfied with, one was the connection mechanics. Like, I knew what I wanted to go for with them. I wanted to make it so that there was an in-game reason for your characters to create these connections to the world around them, and to the people around them. And then as those connections came into play, your character's magic would be better, be better tied to those connections and would flow along those connections. But at the end of the day, it was a little bit too much to ask, I think, of my players. And I don't mean that in a negative sense. I mean that more in it wasn't really that fun to play, at least in my head, the more I looked at it. The other part that I felt unsatisfied with was that I didn't think I gave enough clear examples of what gifts could be. And I feel like that's very important in the kind of game, the kind of magic that I'm trying to do there, because for a lot of us role players, we want to break the system, right? Instinctively, if you don't tell me I can't do something, I'm going to kind of go under the assumption that I can. So if I don't give you clear examples showing like this is the level of power we're looking at, you're going to have a character that's going to see how close they can get to casting Fireball with a gift, And if you already go like, no, Finger Flame, that's it. You can basically do a little spark of flame, kind of like a lighter. That's the level of it, and it's for a moment, and then it goes away. It's not like you keep it up for hours. Like you can still do arson with it if you want to be a dick about it, but so can anyone else with just a match. So whatever. You're not a game-breaking monster for being able to create a single flame from the tip of your finger. You are just some dude who doesn't need to spend money on lighters. But that's kind of like the level of things that I want to do. And I think baking this into my head so that I can let it cook and then I can come up with a few examples of my own and not simply steal these, I think is going to be worth the little bit of effort in the long run, because I do kind of want to redo Hometown Magic. That might be a decent little side project for me to do, in addition to just working on Seeker's Call primarily. Also, that's another thing I want to do with the blog, as I was talking about before. I definitely want to be able to like talk about Seeker's Call and stuff there too, talk about like my philosophy there, etc., etc. Anyway, we'll get to that. Let's get back to the theme at hand. But you see what I'm kind of going for, hopefully, with the cantrips, the gifts, that general vibe. So charms. Charms usually last a full day. They cost nothing to use, but generally take a minute or two to activate. So animal charm. A domesticated animal gains +1 to all defenses. Encomium, a formal charm of praise or congratulations for a nearby recipient who feels honored. It's cute. I'm going to skip through a few of these. The Hacia, an agitated person, becomes calmer. The natal ward, a developing fetus, is more likely to be healthy when born. So again, little charms, like these are like story-focused things. You got your signs, which are sort of warding things, like sign against animal attacks. You gain +1 to defense against fairly common predatory animals. Sign against the legacy, you gain +1 to defense against angels and similar spirits. Sign against pickpockets, you gain a +1 to spot a pickpocket attempt made against you. Like little things like that, stuff like, hey, bless you. Like sign, kind of like an evil eye kind of thing, except in this world, magic is real, the evil eye is real, and yeah. And the sign against unflaunted influence, you gain a +1 on any defense action related to mental control or possession, evil eye. And then there's the hexes. Hexes are minor magical curses or attacks. They're usually more spiteful than truly dangerous. They're considered level 0 for purposes of modifying the caster's venture, but all have an enhancement of +1 die. So some of the simple hexes here are blemish. A person within short distance develops a blemish on their face when the sun next rises. And you've got something like deturpate. An object touched is rendered ugly and undesirable for a long time. You got, the evil eye. We were just talking about that. A person within short range has 1 vex in a random pool if a PC, or -1 level on a random action if an NPC. Meanwhile, let's kind of keep going. The haggard hole hex. A bag or item of clothing develops a small hole. The infelicific. A person within short range is unhappy for a short time. The yawning. Oh, wait, no. Skulls on my shoes. You touch a person, and everyone who encounters them that day gains the inexplicable feeling that the person will die soon. That one's just mean. You cast that on somebody, and the person themselves doesn't do anything. It's just that for the rest of the day, anyone they meet just gets hit with the strange feeling that you're gonna die. That's just a dick move. All right, and then long form magic. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Magic is broad, covering many topics. It is also deep. It is complex, intricate. Although sometimes a quick spell or incantation can accomplish a real miracle, other times a particular need requires a more involved solution. This often comes in the guise of long form magic. Long form magic probably represents what someone unschooled in the ways of magic thinks of when they think of working magic. Chants, candles, magic symbols on the ground. It doesn't always have these things, but sometimes it does. Scholars believe that the earliest practices of magic may have been long-form magic. Some suggest that it was the weaver's art, while others insist that it was acquiescent incantations. It's true that there does seem to be something primal inherent in invocations, enchantments, and rituals. The aspects of long-form magic, the chanting or singing, the movements, the materials and tools, may exist not because they relate directly to magic, but because they gain the attention of demons, angels, and other spirits who can manipulate the flow of magical currents. Long-form magic, then, is more like asking someone to open a door for you, while a spell would be opening the door yourself. Still, there are effects, particularly long-lasting or wide-reaching ones, that can best be achieved or only achieved through long-form magic. A well-armed Visle probably knows at least one or two of these practices, as well as a nice repertoire of spells and other abilities. Long-form magical practices are far more involved than charms, hexes, or even spells. They require specific ingredients, specially prepared locations, and long performance times. Long-form workings are very similar to spells in that they have varying levels, and those levels determine the acumen cost to learn the working, a cost in sorcery, the bonus to the venture once the working is done, and the potency of the resultant effects. As with spells, a Visle with the right secret can add more bene from their sorcery pool to increase a level. Last, like spells, long-form workings that affect creatures or objects always have an enhancement of at least +1 die. Some have +2 dice. Because of the elaborate performance required, a Visle must attempt a sorcery action for each hour or fraction thereof it lasts. The working's level dictates the challenge. Rather than sorcery, the Visle may draw bene from their physicality pool to modify their venture in these challenges if desired. Skills like magical lore also add to the venture. Failure means that the working fails, and all required materials and bene spent are lost. So, we've got some examples, right, of long-form invocations. Let's look at a couple, because I'm not going to list all of them out. Let's look at some names and see if any of the names draw our attention. So, Angelic Conjury. So, sounds like it's kind of a way of summoning an angel. Beseech, Invocation. Call upon a higher power named in the performance, offering a gift. Petitioner asks for a specific favor, so basically you're asking for a favor. Call upon the Legacy. In Invocation level 8, Visle calls upon the Legacy as the only link to the creative forces of the universe to aid in stopping some force of destruction. This could be used to attempt to prevent a volcano from erupting or stop a marauding horde of brigands. The aid that the Visle receives in the manner of the Legacy is usually subtle, indirect, and most important, nothing that the Visle expects. So that's an interesting one right there. We've got stuff like Call Upon the Pact. Visle knows the details of a pact, can use it to trade service for service. Cathexis, which is the level 4. The practitioner invests a medium area with emotional significance. For a year and a day, the area has an effect on anyone who is within for at least an hour, depending on the emotion. That was really interesting. Okay, so if the emotion is love and you spend an hour in that area, you gain 1 bene in the interaction pool. If it's fear, 1 bene in perception, hate, accuracy, hope, physicality, calm, intellect, curiosity, also intellect. Any benefit cannot be gained more than once each day. No area can be invested with more than 1 emotion, nor can another area of investment be within very long range of this one. So you can't just have, you know, like 6 rooms in your house all next to each other, and you just spend 1 hour in each in turn, and you regain 1 bene in each of your pools. No, there are limitations to this, but it's still a cool thing to kind of have. Let's see, Conjure Devil at level 5, Conjure the Dead at level 4, Consecrate Weapon, which just makes a weapon better, Consecrated Intention. This consecration permanently infuses a location no larger than a medium area with the will of the practitioner. If someone in that location attempts a single action named when the working is complete, they gain a +1 bonus in their venture. Any Visle or similar being entering the location immediately knows of the existence of the working and who cast it. Performing this working again in the same place overwrites the previous one. So that's the kind of thing that, for example, let's say you have a blacksmith friend, or hell, anything, like an accountant. You know, like basically people would hire Visle to... And it costs, let's see, requirements: an etched or carved glyphs and symbols in the area, silver ritual knife that costs 15 crystal orbs, and 2 hours of preparation, then 3 hours of performance. So I could see people like hiring Visle to like cast a consecrated intention ritual on their workplace. So the blacksmith would cast that, and so therefore within their workspace they're now better at blacksmithing. An accountant is going to be better at accounting, etc., etc. But that, again, like, it's just almost like a community building kind of spell. Designated place. The Visle creates a location that serves as a target for various specific spells, including communal location, consignment, dissociative presence, and dismissed distance. So basically, it's a way to connect certain spells to specific places. That's some deep baseball right there. Encumbrous Triangle, an invocation at level 4. An entity conjured appears within the triangle. It cannot escape the triangle and move into the world beyond unless it is of higher level than the triangle, and even then, success is not assured. Success does not protect. The triangle does not protect the conjurer from attack of influence from the entity. Invocation is useful only in protecting everyone else from what the conjurer has brought forth. Interesting. Ensorcel item. Exacting the Geometry, a level 9 long-form ritual. An entity conjured via other means appears within a complex diagram that the Visle has painted on the floor. If the conjurer knows its secret name, it cannot escape the diagram nor take any actions. It is held in place with bonds of pure pain so great that it is also compelled to agree to perform one service for the conjurer. The service must be possible for the being and must be accomplished within a year and a day. Typically, a conjured entity reacts poorly to use of exacting geometry. Should the situation ever arise, the Visle must interact with the being outside of the geometry. The challenge of doing so gains +2, except for coercion. Because literally, you're just summoning somebody into a pain configuration. Like, yeah, they're going to hold a grudge on that one. But hey, you know, if you didn't want to be a goetic and you wanted to summon a being and go, here's a level 9 ritual that'll let you kind of do it, that you're going to kind of wish eventually you hadn't done that and had just gone and gotten your goetic friend, I think. So yeah, so some good rituals here. Flesh for Knowledge. The practitioner slices off a significant portion of their own flesh over the course of an hour while chanting a specific mantra over and over. This results in 2 wounds and the permanent loss of 1 bene from physicality. In the pain-spawned hallucinations that follow, the practitioner immediately learns 1 magical practice or secret of their choosing. No need for spending acumen or time for study. So that's like classic blood magic for power, like a shortcut to power. Wild. Wow, there's more. There's pages and pages of long form rituals here. Summon demons, summon invocation of knowledge, Moritat, the invocation of a long song of murder and dark crimes to appeal to a powerful demonic lord, god of death or murder, or other inhabitant of the red. Once the attention is gained, it's up to the Visle as to what to do next, but generally it involves asking for help in some act of violence. Reach into Chaos is a level 10 ritual. The practitioner contacts the insane and catastrophic entities that dwell within the roiling cacophony of light and color known as the Kaleidoscope Void. Most of these beings are only hypothetical, but a few have been named include the Mother of Senseless Things, the Seething Madness, and the Omnipresent Eye. The practitioner immediately suffers one anguish and must then make 3 resist defense rolls, challenge 10, or suffer another anguish for each failure. A Visle who survives gains the ability to change one thing in reality. This can involve undoing an event that happened in the past, slaying a living being, changing themselves or another being significantly, or more. Ooh, that's a campaign kind of thing. Getting access to reach into chaos. That's like also just like a fall from grace arc kind of thing. Like, I will bring my brother back from the void and I don't care what it costs kind of thing. Speaking of the void, Scream into the Void is a level 8 ritual. The practitioner calls out into the dark, pledging their own soul in exchange for power. If the scream is heard and heeded, the Visle gains 8 crux and 12 acumen instantly to spend as desired, learns the blood as power and conjurer secrets, and adds 2 bene to every stat pool permanently. But when the practitioner dies, their soul goes immediately into the dark, consumed and lost forever. But I'll take it, though. You know, I usually scream into the void and I don't get anything back. So, you know. Let's see. Ooh, look. Summon Conceptual Spirit. A spirit embodying a specific concept appears in the circle. The spirit might represent love, laughter, life, art, betrayal, starvation, or nearly anything else. The spirit is compelled to remain there for 3 rounds. During that time, the Visle can attempt to bargain with or command the spirit to perform a deed, etc., etc. Thought form creation, that's a ritual. Tulpa creations, also a ritual. Understanding through torment, invocation. The Visle flagellates their own flesh or otherwise inflicts long-lasting pain over the course of the hour performance of this invocation. This involves inflicting 2 wounds and gaining a scourge in all certes stat pools that can be removed only by 1 week of nothing but rest. As a result, the practitioner reduces the cost of learning a single new skill, magical practice, or secret by 3 acumen. The understanding to be gained must be determined when the invocation is performed, and it must be acquired immediately after the Visle recovers. So basically, hurt yourself, be out of action for 2 weeks, but then when you come back, you're going to be able to learn this thing a lot quicker, a lot cheaper. So yeah, some good long form magic. They've got some actual proper rituals: bonded entity rite, the communion rite, consecration rite. These are rituals that require more than 1 participant. Curse tablet, create an egregore. What's an egregore in the terms of this game? Let me see. A special tulpa. What is a tulpa? We kind of skipped over that before. So a tulpa in this game. Tulpa creation. A tulpa comes into being. Its level is 3 less than that of the invocation. Like all tulpas, it is not a physical entity, but instead an intelligence with no soul. A tulpa is invested with the will of its creator. As a disembodied intelligence, it inhabits the mind of its creator, often offering information or advice. The Olari rod involves a specially prepared wooden and brass rod, blah, 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 blah. Tulpas are permanent creations. Although they do as they are bid, they are intelligent entities. An artificial intelligence, if you will. If a created tulpa is somehow slain or destroyed, the creator does not get the invested qualia back, but they can perform this ritual again to create a tulpa of the same level without needing to devote another point of qualia. So basically, it's literally an imaginary friend. It's a voice in your head, but it is a literal other being that you create. Like I said, artificial intelligence, you know, a Scarlett Johansson, a ScarJo in your head to keep you company. OpenAI is already cornering that market. Okay, so now that we know what a tulpa is, then let's go check out what an egregore is in this game again. Egregore is the level 7 ritual. A special tulpa known as an egregore comes into being. Its level is equal to that of the ritual. Like all tulpas, it is not a physical entity, but instead an intelligence with no soul. The egregore is invested with the will of the group and the ideals of the group. It takes what they represent and devotes its entire nature to that concept. As a disembodied intelligence, it can ride any member of the group, even those not participating in the ritual, and speak telepathically to that member, often offering information or advice. It can switch which member it accompanies, but only if another member is close. In the case of 2 or more touching members, the egregore can speak to all of them at the same time. If the member of that it is riding is killed, the egregore is trapped at the side of the body until a new member comes close. So again, so basically it's like a group tulpa. So think of if your group of Visley could be thought of as the Power Rangers, an egregore would be them creating their own Zordon. Basically, is how I'm picturing this right now. I kind of dig that. There's a corpse. Cool. Malefication rite, just a level 2 rite. A corpse is interred in a casement filled with honey. 1 year later, the honey becomes a potent poultice. The resultant ephemera is a level 4 poultice that will cure any disease of a lower level or heal one wound. Even better, if the person used as the corpse eats nothing but honey beforehand, probably killing them, 3 such poultices are formed. Delightful. How fun. How nice. How nice. This also reminds me of Penumbra City and the healing of the way that the Silver City does their healing, where it is like, we call down the angels and we fucking just stab and murder them, and we use their blood and angel guts and essence and stuff to heal. Basically, we murder angels to heal your wounds. Delightful again. Hey, look, that's the name of the game. Ritual of the Black Cube. Because of course they have to be precious, and the black cube that the game comes in is also an in-game item. It is a thing that exists in the world of Invisble Sun. Has a lot of requirements. And then this ritual summons the black cube from the void. The cube appears in the inscribed square as the object of power disappears. Opening the box is difficult and dangerous. 3 separate intellect-based actions are required to solve the puzzles involved. The first is Challenge 7, the second Challenge 8, and the third Challenge 9. All must be completed within 5 minutes of the summons. Should any of these actions fail, each participant gains a scourge in intellect, and the box disappears. Only curse-lifting or affliction-curing magic of level 8 or higher will remove the scourge. Opening the box reveals one of 3 possible outcomes, chosen and agreed upon by the participants when they perform the ritual. So at least you get to decide which one you get. The first one could be a parchment containing the secret name of a random angel, devil, and ghost, each of level 5 to 7, so all 3. The second option, a random object of power for each participant, each of level 4 through 6. Or the third, a single random object of power of up to level 8. The box lingers for a few rounds after it is opened. Then it disappears. The contents are permanent. Cool. Then some advice on how to game master long-form magic. And now, the Endless Grimoire. General spells. Spells are the core of magical practice. Essence of a spell is qualia. That is to say, if a quale, is the internal and subjective element of the concept that you have in your mind when you perceive something outside yourself, casting a spell is recalling or creating that element with such power and vivid clarity that you make it real. Perhaps one could even say it's qualia in reverse. Cool. And then some more, what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of like philosophical description of magic. Let's see what is. So here's what we have. Here's what we have. We do have, and the book does at least let us do this. It has spell tables. So the entire list of existing spells within the game is in fact in the book. So if you thought like, oh, none of the spells, actually a couple also just like listed here, like Soul Thief and Finger Snakes. But in the book, it really is just the list of spells. So all the level 1 spells, so level 2 spells, level 3, level 4, level 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 11, 12, 13. And we got a couple of here. So like Bind the Black Cube, Merge with the Black Cube, level 17 spell in the Pale, which is going to be somewhere in these decks of cards. I would have to look for it. I don't know which one of these decks of cards has Merge with the Black Cube. Because level 10, let's see. Yeah, level 10 is Master the Black Cube. Level 14 is Bind the Black Cube. Level 17, Merge with the Black Cube. Now I want to find those spells. We're not going to do it now because we don't have enough time. But I'll see if I can maybe do it, before tomorrow's stream. See if I remember. But I would love to see those spells. Anyway, they kind of then skip because it's all in the cards. And now we start going into detail. So now Vance spells, and there's an entire chapter here talking about the philosophy of Vance spells, a list of them, how you convert non-Vancian spells to Vancian spells, etc. Not just a couple pages because we've already had this explained. There's not that much more to Vances and Vance spells. Really, here is just like a quick list of the ones that exist and ways to, some basic guidelines on conversion. Nothing too crazy about that. The Maker's Matrix. This now is, again, just kind of explaining some more details on how to follow the Maker's Matrix. And we've got some tables for major and minor side effects, right? When we were looking over that flowchart a few days ago, right, we saw kind of how the process is and how like you roll, and if you fail, then you have to start adding catalysts and you have to start adding other materials and stuff as you keep going, and if you succeed, you have less need of those extra items. But then anytime you have to add extra items to get past a failure, you're going to add minor or eventually major side effects to your thing. So the side effects are now listed here. So let's go ahead and do as we always do, 3 samples from each. So 3 samples from minor side effects. First minor side effect, the user must say, "I am up to no good" to use item. That one has aged a bit like milk because it's clearly a Harry Potter reference, but you get the idea. That it needs an activation phrase, sure. Let's go to another one. The user's hair grows about a week's worth with each use. Okay, that's a cute magical side effect. And finally, the item functions normally, but looks awful. Broken, very poor quality, unseemly, etc. That's cute. Now, major side effects. The item puts a scourge on the perception pool of anyone possessing it, impossible to remove unless the item is dropped. So that's a major side effect. Another one could be that the item must be bathed in blood once a day to function. That's a costly one. And one last one. After use, the user has an aura of unease and gains 3 Vex in interaction. Yeah, major side effects are major and notable. And finally, if you just fail completely, when things go terribly, terribly wrong, a mishap happens. Mishap ruins the item and probably inflicts some kind of malady or ill effect on the maker. So let's do 3 mishaps. First mishap, Location where mishap occurs is seriously damaged, requiring 10 weeks of repair, costing 500 crystal orbs. Let's try another one. The maker must attempt to resist possession by a level 6 demon. Fun. And the last one. The maker is afflicted with a debilitating disease that gives a scourge in a random stat pool that remains until the disease is magically cured. So there's definitely a risk when making items, higher level items, but I dig that. All right, and that's it. Again, these are just like little extra bits to each one. Weaver threads, aggregates. So they talk a little bit more about the aggregates, qualities, and their absences. We've kind of already seen this. So like each aggregate has a set of qualities, but they also have a set of absences. And the absences mean that any magic, any weaving that uses that aggregate can never include the things that are included in its absences. Oh, interesting. So there is a little, again, kind of going back, it's not the letter, it's the spirit of the thing. There's a little note here. The spirit of the thing. Player creativity is highly encouraged when it comes to weaving effects, but the spirit of each aggregate remains of utmost importance. If one aggregate seems disproportionately advantageous or disadvantageous, that is a sure sign that the spirit of what it represents is likely being violated or unfairly disregarded. So here's the various aggregates that a maker has access to. Let's actually look at them. The aggregates. One is alleyways. Just the concept of alleyways. Shadowy, dingy, and filthy, alleyways are the dark side of civilization, where clandestine and criminal activities are planned and conducted. And the qualities that come with alleyways are stealth, trickery, poverty, the lower classes, rumor, filth, whispers, betrayal. Its absences are nobility, health, or prestige. The next aggregate is blood. Blood is the essence of life and strength, representing health and energy, but also family. I'm gonna kind of skip the qualities and absences of each so as to not take too much time. We'll just read the aggregate and its basic description. If anybody has questions about what qualities would apply, or if I get curious about any of them, like for example, the next one is challenge. Challenge stands in our way, offering barriers, struggle, and a lack of understanding. But despite all of that, or perhaps because of it, it gives life meaning. So the qualities for that one are obstacles, contests, battles, mysteries, understanding, purpose. Its absence are avoidance, movement, and health. Let's see. Next aggregate is diamond. Diamond is forever. Diamond is the epitome of hardness and strength, coming from deep within the earth, cut into an object of brilliant beauty. Fire. Fire is a hungry consumer of all things that provides light, heat, and life, even as it destroys. That one's pretty self-explanatory. Freedom. Freedom. Freedom is the movement and joy we seek when our shackles are finally gone. So, for example, that one, the qualities are escape, movement, destruction, joy, distance, sight. Its absences are imprisonment, despair, or structure. Another aggregate, hate. Hate is an inability to see. It is quiet, seething power that can be nurtured over time into an explosive destroyer. The next one is heart. Heart is life, laughter, and love, interaction, and society. Infinity. Infinity is more than we can grasp. It is everything, stretching forever without end. Let's look at the qualities and absences of that one. For infinity, the qualities are space, size, capacity, duration, movement, other universes, mental damage. Absences, captivity, endings, and understanding. We got the aggregate of lust. Lust, of course, is passion, desire, and physical need, as well as pleasure. Moonlight. Moonlight softly falls over the landscape. Its subtlety belies its quiet influence. The sea. The sea separates us, yet it touches everything. It harbors and takes life. Sleep. Sleep is the rest that we all need, yet sometimes fear. Thunder. thunders the impossible to ignore herald of storms, war, and terror. The Tower. The Tower is a monument built by intelligent hands as a bastion of safety, keeping things either in or out. Wind. Wind is the breath of the world, moving and touching all things. Winter. Winter brings endings in slow, cold death. And finally, the woods. The woods harbor both life and mystery. And see, this is a good thing that they did. And I feel it was one of those things that if they hadn't included, I would have given this game a major ding on that, because you've got all these concepts, and this is again a thing that's missing. And again, I think you can see the rather obvious influence from the Weaver to the Conflux in my game. It's basically the same core concept. In that case, it's kind of the crystal catalog, right? So there are these gemstones, and each gemstone still ties to a concept, kind of like the aggregates here. And each one of those gems has a stuff that they are good at and stuff that they are, they have their resonances and they have their discords. And it's very similar, if not almost a complete ripoff. The more I look at it, sorry, Monty, I'm stealing your shit. Rules can't be copyrighted, it turns out. But it's still just sort of the same general concept of that, just try to adapt into my own terms. And so one of the things that I feel like is missing in my own, and that I've got to do it, and I want to do the same thing here, like sort of take inspiration, is they do have a set of sample effects. So for example, Flaming Sphere uses threads from Fire and Challenge. It's level 3 and calls upon the concepts of battle and flame. The Weaver hurls a bolt of heat and fire that strikes a nearby target and inflicts 3 points of damage. Notes inflicting 3 points of damage, a level 3 effect, and the Fire thread has a default range of near. Heightened Speed, Wind and Freedom. Level 4. Using the qualities of speed and movement, the Weaver can run at supernatural speeds, moving up to a very long distance as an action, or moving a long distance as part of another action. We've got something like Incite Violence, with the aggregates of lust and hate. The Weaver calls upon compulsion with and vengeance. The person they touch using their next action attacks the nearest person to them who isn't the Weaver. We've got Mass Regeneration, which has threads from blood, heart, and infinity. Using the qualities of health, duration, and family, the Weaver allows all close allies to fully restore one Certes pool each round for 4 rounds until all 4 pools are restored. Or Telekinesis, Heart and Freedom. Using the aspects of distance and strength, the Weaver can grab a far object of up to 25 pounds and move it up to a short distance each round. So you get the idea, like some simple example. Okay, like you get this concept, and you can achieve this sort of effect going with it. If anything, as usual, I would have liked even more examples, but this is a decent selection. And then finally we get to Goetic Summoning. And Goetic Summoning has a lot more. It's one of the longer sections in this book. Even though we technically already have a general idea of what it does, so I'm going to try and go very quickly over it, because we're also coming very close to the end of the stream in about 5 to 10 minutes. So there's a simple sort of like flow chart here, just a list of how a Goetic summoning normally goes. The Goetic decides what task they want done and what sort of being they want to do it. The Goetic then makes whatever preparations they feel necessary, such as forming a protective circle. Then the Goetic uses the summoning type for what they want done. There are 13 types described below, which already kind of saw those when we first looked at the Goetics. The Goetic then pays a sorcery cost based on the level of the conjured entity. If the Goetic is conjuring a specific entity by name, the Goetic makes a sorcery action with the entity's level as a challenge, assuming the entity is unwilling. Sorcery spent on step 3 does not affect this venture. If the Goetic is not conjuring a specific entity by name, or if the entity wants to be summoned, this process is automatic. Skip to step 5. Step 5. The Goetic and the conjured entity engage in colloquy, which can be a conversation, an offering of payment of gifts, a threat, or a trick, depending on what the Goetic wants. And finally, step 6. If the colloquy goes well, the conjured entity performs the task. If it doesn't, the goetic might be in danger. I'm in danger. So again, there's a few more, some general guidance, the outlook of the conjured, names and pacts, the means of colloquy. So it gives some general guidance. So for example, there's persuasion, bribery, coercion, trickery. And basically that's it. Yeah, persuasion, you want to convince them to do your thing. Bribery, you want to bribe them into doing the thing, and it has some guidelines on that. And even some examples. Like for example, a magical object, a talisman of time's secret door, is something that an angel can actually use. A soul, a favored gift of demons, using the sacrificial rite. The goetic sacrifices a living creature and offers it to the entity. Treasure, a beautiful carving of a hawk, has value to a nature spirit, both in its quality and what it represents, so forth and so on. Coercion, a darker approach, is to threaten and inflict suffering on the conjured being, and again, some guidance on how to bully your summons. Or trickery, some sort of bargain, wager, or contest. See Billy's character dealing with the King of the Fae for reference. And then what happens if the colloquy fails? Well, the being could attack you, it could do unwanted influence with you, or it could just simply escape and run amok. In general, no good. We already saw the different types of summoning: counsel, aid, guard, spy, query, theft, assail, restore, influence, creation, glorify, binding, and ally. But again, it's just some general guidance. So we already kind of knew most of this. So now we get to something more interesting. Stuff that we're actually going to spend more time, I think, tomorrow looking at, because we really are basically out of time. But here's a small preview of what we're actually going to check out tomorrow. It's going to be the character and house secrets. It's going to be, there's a lot of interesting secrets that your characters can gain that basically, when you look at them in game terms, they're sort of a, how can I put this? They are sort of a like merits. Like rather, more merits than flaws. For example, the additional target secret. Like you're thinking, oh, secrets. So I know, who the leader of X organization is, or something like that. Yeah, that is a secret. But when the game talks about like these types of secrets, they're basically just merits. Like the secret way to do X, and it is actual character ability. For example, additional target is a level 5 secret. You can add an additional target to any spell that affects targets. You must spend half again the sorcery round up. So a level 5 spell costs 8 sorcery. Spells that affect only you or that affect an area are not affected. So like they're merits, but they're very effective merits. Like all your spells that have a single target that are not self-modifying or area effects. But otherwise, all your spells that have a single target, now you have the option to make it affect 2 targets by basically getting a second casting of the spell for half price in the moment. You know the secret to doing that. That's an ability you got. The Advanced Sortilege secret, again, level 5. You can add 2 enhancements from Sortilege to an action, or you can add 1 enhancement from Sortilege to something that already has enhancements, like a spell. So again, normally, when you start out, you can only take 1, you can only add 1 point from your Sortilege pool to enhance an item. But if you learn the Advanced Sortilege spell as a secret, now you can do that twice. You can add more Sortilege. You can also add more magic to magic by learning these secrets. So they are little ways. They're ways to improve your character. I have a feeling that as an apostate, for example, this is another one of those things that you'll be very big on finding out secrets and applying them, because there's some really interesting things in here that we will get to see tomorrow. Let me put the bookmark in, close the door, and switch on over to the intro screen to let us wrap up today's stream. It's been a quiet stream. It's been a chill vibe stream. Chat has been mostly quiet for the most part. I don't mind that. I think it's sometimes it's good to just we made some progress in the book, is what I'm saying, because I didn't get too sidetracked. But also, feel free to sidetrack me whenever needed. But I gotta wrap up for today because I've been yammering for the better part of 4 hours and now I am tired, and I do actually have something pending tonight that I'm very much looking forward to, and I need a break before I get to that. I need to take a break, rest my voice, have some dinner because I'm kind of hungry, and then see what the rest of the night brings. So until then, you've been an out, Kev. No worries. I'm again not a nag, not a nag. I appreciate, if anything, being left in an open tab is my comfort place. It's my comfort place. So don't worry about it. But thank you as always for hanging out. Folks, we're going to wrap it up. It's a small crowd today, so I'm assuming you know what's up. But just one last time, in case anybody is in fact lurking that doesn't know what's up, I am willing to run tabletop RPGs in exchange for your hard-earned money. The link just shown on chat, you can see the games that I am offering to run, and at some point there will be even more games there. Bear in mind that also soon there will be even more things. I'm working on the blog and stuff, so keep an eye on that. We'll see more, and of course, as always, I stream 4 days a week from Tuesday to Friday from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Feel free to hang out during those times. I'm sure you have nothing better to do, so spend that time with me because I'm so lonely. So very, very lonely. Thank you, folks, for hanging out. Love y'all, and I will hopefully see y'all tomorrow. Bye-bye.